What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics auxiliary hazardous materials store somewhere in the world. What's going on, everybody? What's up, Jeremy? What's up, Judd? Welcome in. Welcome to Wednesday. Just Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, jeez, I got something on my eyeball. Like as soon as I was about to hit the button and pop in here, I'm like, my finger's on the button, pressing down. A bug flies right in my eyeball. Yay. You ever get that? you ever do that to yourself where you're in a position where you can't scratch your nose and you think that like your hands are full of something and that's when your nose starts itching and it's like no not now. I get that all the time. Anytime I'm trying to like move something and it's like, all right, we gotta lock in and move this thing. Or like nose will start itching like crazy, or my eye will start watering. It's like, why are you doing this to me? Betrayed by my own body on the reg. Well, hopefully everyone's having a solid week so far. We're halfway to the weekend. It's just me and Mr. Arthur for the rest of the week, so that'll be fun times. Although it's usually just me and Mr. Arthur anyway. Everybody else is off living their lives, and I'm just here in my cavern. I started watching the I think I talked about this last time. I had started already. The second season of The Terror on Shudder. It's pretty good, although it feels really predictable. I think that's just a problem. If you consume enough media, like you'll see the same story elements recycled over and over again. And after a while, like you just are able to predict where every story is going to go because they all kind of follow the same beats. And to the point that like it's weird if something falls out of that rhythm. You know what I'm talking about? When there's like a mystery that's being set up, there's like a twist coming, but like they all kind of form into the same shape, so like you can kind of tell like where the twist is going to be, to the point that like if things fall too far away from that predictable path, it just doesn't work, right? because like you're so set on that, even if you don't really like consciously think about that. You know what I'm saying? Am I talking crazy? I don't think I'm talking crazy. What's up, Deku? Who you gonna call? Ghost hunters. I saw it in that show, which takes place during World War II. Somebody referred to ghost hunting. The guy was taking pictures trying to find this ghost. Someone's like, are you gonna do some ghost hunting? And I'm thinking about it, like, has the term ghost hunting, did that exist during World War II? Did that exist during the 40s? Like in Ghostbusters, we have to say. Do you remember they had to call Ghostbusters when they had the cartoon? They had to call it the real Ghostbusters. I don't think they had to, but they called it the real Ghostbusters, or Slimer and the real Ghostbusters, because somebody made a cartoon based on what was that? It was like an old Ghostbusters movie, and they made a cartoon where they had a flying car and a gorilla. Let's see if I can find. Let's see, 1917. Okay, of course, all of this refers to Ghostbuster, the finishing move, professional wrestler Coco Beware. I didn't know that. Live action TV series Filmation, 70s. Larry Storch, that's who it was. For some reason I thought it was older than the 70s. But yeah, so the Ghostbusters was a live action show in the 70s with like two bumbling detectives and a guy in a gorilla suit. And so they made a cartoon of that. Based in, it's like 86. The real Ghostbusters also came out in 86. That just seems so petty to me. So my first childhood crush was in the cartoon Egon Spangler. The cartoon Egon Spangler was way cooler than the movie Egon Spangler. And I thought Egon Spangler was pretty cool, but the cartoon Egon Spangler had much more stylish hair. He was a lot more action-packed too. World War II, like World War II. Tom Hanks is on the History Channel. I don't know if I get access to that. I haven't set it up on any of my devices. But the last time I had access to cable was at my folks' place. I never really watched much of it. And I helped them get rid of cable, move to YouTube TV. I think History Channel's on that. I never really look at it. I only ever look at it when something goes wrong and they need me to figure it out. Rest in peace, Harold Ramis. Yeah. I liked in that, not the last Ghostbusters movie, the one before that, where they had like the ghost of Egon Spangler there, and they had all of the Ghostbusters show up, the OG cast. I liked that. The movie was okay. I didn't really like the second one. I didn't like that Frozen Empire. I didn't think it was that good. But I like that. I like that Ghost Egon. But yeah, I didn't. The second one was just like bad decisions. The movie, it just felt like, I don't know. It was I can't put my finger on it. I just didn't like the story, the pacing. I don't know what, but it didn't hit with me. It reminded me of the Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skulls, and I really despise that movie. For so many reasons. Same kind of plot twist as the new Beetlejuice. I didn't see the new Beetlejuice. I didn't want to see it. I still don't want to see it. I know eventually I will sit down and watch the new Beetlejuice. But like, there's just, the passage of time cannot be ignored. And I think enough time has passed with a lot of things I enjoyed when I was young that I just don't want to see a new version of them. I just want them to move on and do something else. Because if you try and go back like 20 years to redo something, it's just like, I don't see it working. So we want to talk about, yeah, just there's just like that's one thing. Like sometimes it's neat when everything that I enjoyed when I was young is suddenly like back on the menu. Like I see like they're reproducing like old Ninja Turtles action figures, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm not into that anymore, but it's cool that they're there. But it's just, there's so many like properties from the 80s that they keep bringing back that I'm just like, oh, come on, just let it go. I'm looking forward to the new Spider-Man. I mean, I dig the new Spider-Man. The comic book movies are different because they're like, aside from that last Flash movie that brought Michael Keaton back, which I thought was neat. It was neat, like how they set that up, but I thought it was pretty good in that movie. I like Michael Keaton as Batman. I don't like they'll keep bringing in like new actors and new stories for that stuff to a point. I think Spider-Man still hasn't like worn out its welcome for me, no matter how many like different versions they spit out there. But I don't have a lot of excitement over like the mainstream comic movies anymore, just because like I followed it for so long, and I really felt like the Avengers Endgame was like, that was it. that was the finale. Don't need nothing else. I know, you know, they're gonna make more. You know they're gonna make more. I would like to see another Blade movie, but you know what? Blade will always be Wesley Snipes to me. I'll give anyone else a chance to be Blade, but it's always gonna be like, I don't know, you gotta stand up to Wesley Snipes Blade. Blade 1, maybe 2, definitely not 3. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing? About to switch the keyboard. Words will be misspelled more. Oh my gosh. Use the spell check. Use the spell check, Jeremy. My head is empty. I keep trying to my God, there's something I was gonna talk about. I keep forgetting whatever it was. Only been one blade. Only ever gonna be one blade. That was such a funny line in that movie too, because like there's been a Blade movie that's been in like development hell with Marvel for years now. With what's his face? You guys know what I'm talking about? I'm sure I'm the only person that knows about like the Blade movie stuck in development hell. Because I don't want them to bring Wesley Snipes back again for Blade. I liked Blade's cameo in Wolverine and Deadpool, but like, no disrespect to Mr. Snipes, I think he's too old to play an action star now. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he could pull he's like Liam Neeson, and they put Liam Neeson in action roles now, and it's like it stretches the imagination a little too much. Blade refusing to open his eyes towards slurs. That scene is so crazy because like, the first time you watch the movie, it's so clear that they CG'd eyes in, and when you see it, you haven't heard that story yet. You're like, what? Why did they do that? What is this? But that was how I felt through the whole movie watching it. Like, what are they thinking? The 3 Beetlejuice movie is the last one because he comes out when they. But they see, Judd, they should. The joke is there. They should have made 3 movies. Now, when Beetlejuice came out, it was before everything had to be a trilogy. It was before everything had to be sequels. They should have, immediately after the first Beetlejuice, made 2 more quality Beetlejuice movies. You got to do it at least 3 times. The best we got was the cartoon, and I'll be honest, I liked that cartoon a lot. Now, that was when I was young. I don't know if I saw it now, if I would still care as much about it. It was kind of strange how in the cartoon, like Beetlejuice and what's her, Lydia? The Winona Ryder's character are basically like a thing. They're basically an item. That was strange, but I did like the cartoon. I thought it was funny. Just never saw the last Beetlejuice. I didn't either. I don't know. Where is it? All right, let me look at this. Marshala Ali. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name properly. What else was he? No, I know the actor. But every time I'm like, I know who this guy is. And then I struggle. Green Book. Did you guys see Green Book? I really like that movie, Green Book. I like that Green Book a lot. Viggo Mortensen. You guys know what I'm talking about? Green Book? Viggo Mortensen is like this like pseudo mafioso guy who's like chauffeuring around the African American piano player during the 60s in the deep South, the segregated South. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I recommend Green Book. God, I've seen him in a lot of stuff, but like I can never remember. Green Book's the one that I remember him from. I thought he would be cool as Blade. I don't know what's going on with it now. Like it sounds like they just keep like kicking the can. But they like the setup for that started with the Eternals in a post-credit scene. He has a line, but he doesn't appear on screen. It's right before the Game of Thrones guy is about to pick up the Ebon Blade and become the Black Knight, the cursed Ebon Blade. Which I thought like that was those are the kind of like cameo stuff or like, you know, Easter egg things they put in those that I really appreciate, because who out there remembers enough about the Black Knight to remember what his actual name was? But when they mentioned the Ebon Blade, I was like, wait a minute, that's the Black Knight's sword. And then I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, that guy's the Black Knight. Oh, just people just after her, there's no reciprocating feelings or actual love. Yeah. Well, yeah, in the movie, he was just like, there wasn't any kind of feelings either way. He was just trying to marry her because then he could return to the mortal world. I believe that was the deal. I don't think there was I don't think he had anything going for her. He was just using her to get out of the afterlife. We'll be lurking. One of my greens 2 times and I cooked it. Don't want to get that parasite. Yeah, stay healthy out there, man. Don't get the bugs. Don't get the gut bugs. If you're in relatively good health, it'll just be uncomfortable for you for a couple of weeks. But yeah, nobody wants the bugs. I can show the cartoon. So in the cartoon, they're set up to be kind of like a couple. I don't think it ever gets like super romantic in there, but they're basically an item, however you want to call it in the cartoon. But like in the movie, like there's no romantic feelings. He's just a scumbag who tricks her into saying he can save the other ghosts, and he can't, and it's just a con to marry her for there's some kind of deal with it. That's some kind of like ritual. I forget like why he wanted to marry her. You want to see the Odyssey movie? I don't know. You know what? I'll be honest. I'll probably see it when it comes to streaming. And Christopher Nolan's probably hearing that, like, no, you have to see it on the big screen. I'm not interested enough to see it. I'm not interested enough to pay extra to see it in IMAX. Like, it's just not that much of an attraction to me. But I know that story. I have seen it told so many times. Like I know it very well. I'm just not interested. I'm just not interested in seeing it put on the big screen. Besides, you could just go watch, you know, what was that? Ulysses. Hold on. Ulysses 31, right? Everyone knows Ulysses 31, right? The French-Japanese co-production, French-Japanese Luxembourg anime series. Wow, they got everyone involved in that one. It's 26 episodes. Ulysses 31 from 1981. Which is the Saturday morning cartoon anime retelling of the Odyssey, but it's in space. Like the Cyclops was a giant robot. It's got an amazing like opening theme. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? It's so good. Ulysses. I'm listening to it right now. You should go listen to the Ulysses 31 opening. It's a banger. I was watching a few of the actors in the new Spider-Man earn it too. Will be competing a bit with themselves in the box office. I feel like the kind of person that wants to go see the Odyssey in the theater is probably slightly less likely to go see Spider-Man. I could be wrong. There's another Batman movie. What's his face? Like the Nolan movies. I don't know, is there gonna be another Batman? Are they doing more Batman? I can never keep up with what the hell DC is doing with movies, because it seems like they just keep rebooting everything. They don't have the confidence to stand behind anything. They fiddle too much with the direction and then they just reboot it. Reminds me of Game of Thrones. Jeremy, that wounds me deeply inside. That you see like the classic of classic literature. Well, I guess no, it is classic, like literature of antiquity, right? The Odyssey. And you're like, this is like that Game of Thrones that I saw. It's like if someone reads The Lord of the Rings and like, it's just like Dungeons and Dragons. They're like, you got that backwards. You got it backwards. It's not like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is like the Odyssey. The Odyssey comes first. Plus, also like, there's nothing in that to me that was like Game of Thrones, like specifically. That's just like the general like vibe. Anytime you have something that's like, let's do some historical combat thing. It all kind of blends together. Game of Thrones or Spartacus. It's like the Roller TV show. Someone said that when the Lord of the Rings video game came out, and they're like, it's ripping off World of Warcraft. I'm like, you shut up. You shut up with that. World of Warcraft started because they want to make a Lord of the Rings game. No, not a Lord of the Rings. It wasn't Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings was there too. It was Games Workshop. It was Warhammer Fantasy. And the Warhammer Games Workshop was like, no, because their video game licensing was very weird. So it made something that contained basically all of the races from Warhammer Fantasy, which itself is like, could draw lineage back to Lord of the Rings, which draws back from a lot of other things. Warhammer was like the thing, but they did it with the Lord of the Rings thing too. But the Warhammer Fantasy was like they had a 3D Warhammer Fantasy game. This is until recently how much the Blizzard Warcraft, StarCraft games were from that. Yeah. I mean, I think, Warcraft came out better with that. They became its own thing, in time, but like that's where it originally came from. Since Lord of the Rings TV show, it's okay. Yeah, they're like, from what I understood, the production of that show was really weird because they had only licensed like this distinct sliver of the Lord of the Rings of Tolkien's works. So they had to write around a big chunk of the story and just kind of make some stuff up. I didn't get the point of it. It's like if you got the license to do a Batman movie, but you couldn't include Batman. But you want to have a story that's about Batman, but you can't ever mention Batman. So you just have to create a story that has a Batman-shaped hole in it and hope people figure it out. They stop making dinosaur movies. Yeah. Well, that's I don't forget the title of that, but that movie like got me irritated because it had one of those trailer core songs in it that's just like a recognizable song that's like slowed down and dragged out. But all I could think about that movie was the only way this movie will be interesting to me is if this is a stealth Land of the Lost movie. Like if they go through all this and like some ski stacks show up, right? And it's like, oh, it's secretly Land of the Lost. Otherwise, who the hell cares? Like, who cares? Well, look, dinosaurs. Look, I'm sorry they haven't been impressive since the first Jurassic Park. Because after the first Jurassic Park, it became the norm. It's like expecting us to be wowed because you put like a regular ass car in a movie. It's like they're everywhere. I can walk outside and see one. That's how I feel about dinosaurs. You can see dinosaurs anywhere now. It's not special. Quit making them. Season 3 for what, the Lord of the Rings? Which dino movie? Which one? That's sad. They have to ask which dinosaur movie. There shouldn't be this many dinosaur movies where you have to ask which one. It's got Ewan McGregor. What is this this movie? Ewan McGregor dinosaur movie. I don't remember that it was that Anne Hathaway? Well, I didn't even recognize her. The End of Oak Street. I mean, like, Warner Brothers was going through a kick of just burying movies for tax write-offs. They could have buried this one. Let me be honest with you. After a mysterious cosmic event uproots Oak Street from suburbia and transports the neighborhood to a location with dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures, a family soon discovers that their survival depends on sticking together as they navigate their now unrecognizable surroundings. I just cannot be interested. Cannot bring myself to be interested in it. Apple TV Godzilla show's first season. It's had the Kong Godzilla movie thing. Kong is a power glove. I'm not hopeful for the second season. I didn't see the last Godzilla movie. The last Godzilla movie with like King Kong, where they're tying it all together to make like a shared connected universe thing. They're getting too serious with the stories, but also too goofy, and it just reminded me of like if they would make action figures of something. It'd be like if they made an action figure of like Lon Chaney's werewolf now, but Lon Chaney's werewolf had to have a mech suit because that's hot with the kids. It just has that kind of dumb energy to me. But I haven't seen it, so I don't know. If it was Dino Horror, I would watch it. I mean, yeah, I mean, if it was like you could do that, but also like there's so many other creatures that would be better than like, it's a dinosaur. What's up, Jum Jum? How's it going? Oh, new Backyard Baseball reboot is out now. It's out now. There you go. Superman Connection gets Panic Bomber W and a free update. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. I haven't picked that up yet. I should pick that up. I should pick up that collection to see what else they add to it. That's pretty cool that they're adding another game to it. Animated short for the 35th anniversary. What else they got going on for that? I feel like a lot of companies are like dropping the ball by not releasing more stuff for the anniversaries of like their big creations that have a big fan following. I feel like a lot of the stuff comes out too late. Like they don't start planning it until the anniversary hits. King Kong movie, they need to stop making that. I know they took those in a weird direction for me. They went in a weird place with that by tying it all together. No, the last game didn't look great. Actually, I'm still checking it out sometime. Vending machine is just there. Vending machines seem like something that was made just to capitalize on the popularity of stuff like FNAF and sell toys. Because I remember before that game even came out, there was already merchandise in stores, which I thought was odd. There's lots of controversial things about vending devs. Yeah, I don't hear much of that, but that's not something I go looking for. I just thought it was like the story as old as time. It's like all of the things that came out when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles first hit the scene that were trying to capitalize on that were just, some of them were, you could have something that comes out from that is cool in its own right, but only exists because they were capitalizing on popularity. But most of that stuff was just empty, soulless cash grabs with no real meat behind it. When did the last game come out? It's not it's not the 2005 King Kong game, is it? Why is that the last one that comes up? Okay, so it's got to be Skull Island, Rise of King Kong, right? Is that it? Which one is it? If I just search for like a King Kong video game, the first game that comes up is from 2005. Why? There's newer games than that. This King Kong Rise of Kong, Skull Island, Rise of Kong came out in 2023, and it's like 4 entries down on Google. King Kong versus dinosaurs. This is me, King Kong versus the tax audit. King Kong versus high cholesterol. King Kong versus midlife. Oh, this doesn't look great. This doesn't look amazing. Mostly negative reviews. Let me look at one of these reviews here. It's mostly negative. Why are there so many damn crabs on this island? Finding a file named fake loading 1080p.mp4 was not only funny, but also the only enjoyable part of this game. Skull Island Rise of Kong is a buggy and barren mess of a game that does a disservice to the franchise. The map design is about the only thing going for this game, very fitting of an early Earth. However, the maps are too large, making them feel empty, unnecessarily complicated, and made more confusing by not having a map on the HUD. This turned the game into a running simulator. There was an attempt at character growth, but the story fell flat as Kong seemed rigid and simplistic, a stark difference when compared to Kong's nuances in the movie. That like that Gollum game, which I don't know how good or bad the game was, but I know Gollum looked terrible. Plays a human running away from King Kong fighting monsters in the city. Is that? Am I gonna find that? What's up, Burhead Mo? I think you need possibly need a lesson in human biology if that is your concern. Kong survival instinct, is that it? Embark on a thrilling quest of survival in a city that becomes a battleground for titans. Use the lethal strength of King Kong on monsters to your own advantage. Official Monsterverse game set shortly after the events of King Kong. I think this is the one you're talking about. This one's mostly positive. I'd rather just play Rampage, personally. Just play Rampage. See, Pride Mo knows. That's if you want a good giant monster game, you can't go wrong with Rampage. If you want like good multiplayer ones, War of the Monsters on PS2, top notch. I don't know if they ever re-released that or ported it to any other system. That game was a lot of fun. There's a couple other games I've seen on Steam, but I haven't checked out yet. There's this Scatman remade with Gollum. Oh my god, no. Primal Rage with farting monkeys. Primal Rage was I never thought Primal Rage was good, but it was interesting. Try Monsters getting remake, yeah, or a remaster, yeah. I would just play that on the GameCube myself. I don't put much stock in the remaster, but it's nice to have a newer option available for people. Pipeworks Godzilla games. I'll have to see which specific ones were, because there's a lot of Godzilla games. They can be Hit or miss. They made a Rampage movie. That's right. I remember they made a Rampage movie. I didn't see it. It looked awful. I don't know why they did that. But it didn't look good to me. I don't know if it was good or bad. I had blanked that one out. Some vague concepts. AU post Bendy and Ink Machine. Henry and Bendy escape the cycle, end up on Earth. Sonic X universe. That's quite a crossover. I don't have enough familiarity with Bendy to even know. I don't even know who Henry is. It was good. Just another action movie. There comes a point where I've seen enough action movies where I'm just like, I'm fine. I'll just go watch Commando again with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's not good. Somehow I've seen it twice. Isn't it funny how that works? Someone else wants to watch it. It's on TV. There's nothing else. I was in the hospital several years ago, and they had a Die Hard marathon, but they were just looping the movies over and over again. And I mean, there's five Die Hard movies, and like I was pretty hopped up on drugs in the hospital. And so I was just like slipping in and out of consciousness in the 2 days I was there. Every time I woke up, there was a Die Hard on. But like I couldn't keep any kind of concept of time because I would wake up and I'd be watching the same movie but 5 minutes before I fell asleep. It was very disorientating. That was a nightmare scenario for me. And then when I got out, they had nothing off. There wasn't anything like follow up for this treatment or we think this caused it. They're just like, well, it seems like you're fine now. Get out. Pran Mo's enjoying an unfinished basement. Because unfortunately, this one only did, which didn't make me feel great. I told my doctor about that when I saw the doctor last month, and they gave me like a real head turn, and I'm like, so you're in the hospital for what? Oh, for this. Well, what caused that? No idea. They never said. No one had an opinion on that. And they're just like, what? Like, yeah. You think it'd be pretty serious and they'd want to figure it out, but nope. And I've been fine since, so well, I don't know. Never seen the middle of the movie Terminator 2, fall asleep after the chase on the bike, wake up with the bomb. There was a section of Predator 2. I saw that in the theater, but for some reason when they bring out those UV lights when they're in the meatpacking place trying to capture the Predator, like every time that light went across the screen, it like put me to sleep. I was like, oh. And then I wake up and like Danny Glover's like fighting the Predator on the ship. I'm like, what happened? How'd it happen? It was years before I saw the full movie. The Penny can shift between cartoon form and monster form. Well, you're dragging like a lot of stuff into this. I never paid anything for that. I never received any bill for that hospital stay. I did receive a notice from my insurance of what kind of bill I could expect, which honestly wasn't that much. Insurance picked up like the lion's share of that. So it's like, oh, that kind of sucks, but I guess I'll pay it. Never got a bill. Never got anything. So I guess either they just run it off or I'm going to get a collection years later. Die Hard 7, can't they? Well, they really can't do. You can't do Die Hard without Bruce Willis, and sadly there's no way Bruce Willis is going to come back because he's got his severe health issues. It's very sad about Bruce Willis. AI, I would no. Jeremy, no. You keep your AI devilry out of this. We're not using AI to bring back dead people to keep pumping movies out. Make something new. Bruce Will AI. Oh my God. I would burn the movie theater down. Saw Chuck AI for a fast food store like Chuck Norris. That's just it's terrible. It's terrible. There's this horrifying nightmare world we're going to be trapped in if they're just like, only 5 actors exist. We remade them all with AI. Everything will contain them. Nothing new will ever exist. We're just going to keep remaking the same crap with AI forever. God. Stuff's already like bad enough out there. We don't gotta make it worse. Let's go to the game screen. I'm tired of this conversation. Once it goes to AI, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Let me know if I need to adjust the volume at all. It seemed like the scratches were moderately loud. I'm just gonna put this down just a little bit. We'll see if it's got to go further. Sorry, don't apologize. I just don't. The thought of them making a Bruce Willis movie with an AI Bruce Willis is just so depressing to me. Like I thought it was interesting when they used like CG to make Peter Cushing and Carrie Fisher in Rogue One, but they were like pretty limited roles. Peter Cushing not as much. He was in that quite a bit, but then there was a legal battle over his likeness afterwards, which was strange. For like limited stuff like that, but if you're gonna make like a whole movie like that, we Friday 13 TV shows Halloween. Yeah, it was that Crystal. What is that on? Is that on Peacock? I think we have Peacock. There are a couple streaming services that I have purchased a year of for my stepfather for either his birthday or Christmas, because like one baseball game was running on it. But I told them this when they got rid of cable, but this problem exists even if you have cable with like sports games now, where they're like the next game in the Major League, the next game in the World Series is going to be on Amazon Prime, or it's going to be on Apple TV. And so he like keeps wanting to sign up for all these streaming services just to watch like that one game. Like, you know, you could just miss a game now and then. So he's got like 6 different streaming services that he never uses because they're just there in case there's a ball game on. What's happening? I'm pretty sure that was Peacock is what that's on. Which is weird choice, but I think they own that. I don't know where they're at with it. Anyway, this is The Lost Crown. I didn't talk about the game at all. Oh yeah, we're gonna look at the manual for a bit. Let me get my window up here. Look at the manual. If I can find the window. Here we go. Read the manual for a bit here, get some background on this. So this isn't, we're interjecting this into the Darkfall series because this comes out before the next Darkfall game, and the next Darkfall game references some stuff in this. But we're seeing the return of Nigel, the ghost hunter from the first Darkfall, that we only saw pictures of and heard his voice recorded because he had been turned into a shadow ghost. But apparently he got better. 2 different minutes just to watch the game. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, then that's something I was getting really mad because like even in the streaming era, like you're still getting like blacklisted games or blackout games, not blacklisted, where they're like, this region is a blackout for this game, but you can watch it with this other thing. He's like, why? I'm paying for this. Why don't I get it? I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's the same thought with cable, with all that stuff. Everyone's all these streaming services are trying to bolster themselves up by like forcing people to get it just so that they can watch a game. And I'm like, they'll sign up for a trial just to watch the one game and then cancel it. Anyway, The Lost Crown, a ghost hunting adventure. Unravel an ancient mystery and search for hidden treasures on England's fog-shrouded coastline, famed for its legends of smugglers, pirates, and ghosts. Is this gonna be a pirate ghost game? Because the previous games, it was like Eldritch Nightmare creature of darkness, and then a time-traveling, insane AI space probe. So it could be anything. I feel like those are pretty opposite ends of the spectrum. So this could be anything here. Join ghost hunters Nigel Danvers and Lucy Rubens, I think she's new, Lucy Rubens, as they investigate a tale of horror and haunting. Wielding the tools of the modern-day ghost hunter in a cinematic, richly detailed interactive world of windswept coastlines and crumbling crypts, you will be captivated, haunted, and teased by mind-bending puzzles and interactions with the town locals. Why is that in quotes? But be warned, there are those who seek to prevent the disturbance of that which should lay buried. With nerves of steel and wits to match, in your search for the lost crown, you will soon discover long-lost secrets previously known only to the dead. Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy's now AI. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, most streaming services are like not doing great. But they're not helping themselves. Like Netflix is crying because they're losing subscribers, and it's like you keep jacking the price up, and then there's less and less. You keep jacking the price up and taking stuff away. I was trying to watch it the other day, and I was watching a show, and it wouldn't let me like navigate to the list of episodes. I had to cycle through episode to episode. And I don't know if it was the Roku I was watching on or what, but that was. Remember, Netflix used to have chapters like you get on like DVDs or Blu-rays. They used to have chapters, and they got rid of that. Just nonsense. And it's mostly original content, and a lot of it's not that good. And I think Netflix is like the most expensive streaming service now. And I constantly wonder, like, there's always one thing that either I'm watching something or someone else in the family is watching something. There's like one thing that keeps that bill getting paid. But like every month I'm like one step closer to clicking that cancel. Which is a shame because like they used to be really good. Not no more. Nigel Danvers, there's us. An experienced ghost hunter. Must utilize 21st century gadgets, traditional techniques, and nerves of steel to hunt ghosts and long-lost treasures. Lucy Rubens is bored of life in Saxton. The sleepy harbor town offers little in the way of adventure, so Lucy's excited to join a young, smart ghost hunter on his unusual mission into the unknown. Should all lost treasures be found? Probably. Probably. Nigel Danvers is on the run. That's kind of small on my screen here. It's really small on yours. Two shadowy agents are on his tail, pursuing across London to the Grand train station, Liverpool Street. Nigel suspects that afternoon's activities may be to blame. While bored behind the desk at his city job, he stumbled upon the corporate website for the Hayden Corporation, a mysterious and wealthy technology company behind some of the world's strangest and most experimental pieces of technological hardware. Seeing more than he planned, Nigel knows Hayden will stop at nothing to capture him and subject him to their own form of punishment, whether legal or not. What? Is that legit? Coming over from the cable TV channels. Yeah. It's funny because, like, I'm going to get on a little tangent here. People talked for years about cable, about how cable is very expensive and you have hundreds of channels and most people only watch like 5 channels. And they would say, like, I wouldn't mind cable if they offered it a la carte. Because in people's minds, naively, because that's how people always are, they're very naive about business interests. If it was a la carte, it would be cheaper, right? And the math they're using is take my cable bill and divide it by the number of channels, and then that will be the price per channel. So if I only want 5 channels, I will only be paying that much. That's not how it would work at all. What we're seeing with streaming now is what a la carte cable would have been. It's basically what it's become. Yeah, I mean, like, there's different stuff on different streaming platforms, and you can pick and choose which ones you want. It's a la carte, but each one of those is like $10 a month. So then by the time you're done with it, it's like, well, looks like I got a cable bill again. The only upside is the stuff is on demand, you know, but like there's so much like weird, there's not even consistency between the streamers. Their apps are different. They're different across different devices. They're different between streaming services. Some of the apps are terrible. A lot of the subtitles are awful. A lot of the options they have are awful. A lot of them have are really bad if you need to like scrub forward or back in the show you're watching. It's really inconsistent what stays on a service and what goes away. To the point that it's like, yeah, I mean, just like Tubi's great and Tubi's not perfect, but Tubi's free, but you do have those ads and that's kind of annoying, but they're not too bad. They're not the worst ads I've seen. But like Hulu's app was not that great. Disney Plus was okay. It wasn't amazing. I think Netflix used to feel better to me, and it seems like it's just gotten worse. But that's just the nature of things in the modern day. They're chasing infinite growth, and part of that, through weird business means everything has to get worse. Everything reaches like the apex of goodness, and then they just go downhill. But that, like the apps, you can't find a consistent like setup for the apps. It's different across devices, different across platforms. Between one service to the next, things don't operate consistently. There's probably some patent shenanigans with that too. Where like we would do things the way the other service did, but then they'll sue us for making it too similar. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a mess. So I just try and buy physical copies of stuff. Try and buy the physical releases and then put it on my server so I can stream it to TV or just watch it on the Blu-ray player. You don't have to do all this stuff. You can just switch the discs out. Nigel and Lucy look pretty shocked. They've never had their picture taken before. They're upset because now they have had their soul stolen. They're usually the ones committing that crime. So Hayden Corporation has been in like all the previous games. They sponsor stuff and supply like the weird cameras and stuff. But this is very weird that he like stumbled upon a website, which implies that the website is just their www.haydencorporation.com.co.uk. Sorry, because it's in the UK. And then they're like, oh no, you saw our website. It's like somebody walking in front of your house and then like attacking you because you get shot. Well, I guess that would happen if they were like committing crimes. But no, this is worse than that. They went to the effort of making a website and putting it out there for people to find. And then someone went to their website and they're like, oh no, our visitor number went up by 1. We have to find them and destroy them. I am the website. What does that even mean? We're back. All right, Judd. Dashing across the station concourse, Nigel boards the midnight train, knowing little about its destination. As he hides in an empty carriage, the train departs in a thick cloud of steam. Peering into the gloom, Nigel is unsure whether the two agents board the train or lost him in the chaos. Falling into welcome sleep, Nigel dreams of the events that have led him to the situation. As accusations echo in his head, Nigel comes round to the sound of a station master calling out from beyond the train. Last stop! Sedgemarsh Station, all change, please. Day 1. Leaving the train, Nigel sets off across the misty fenland landscape to seek bed, board, and anonymity in the quiet seaside harbor town of Saxton, a town steeped in mystery and paranormal activity. Setting into the town, Nigel discovers he's arrived in the middle of the treasure hunting season. The high spring tides are gradually eating away the ancient landscape, exposing the secrets, horrors, and treasures of the past. Knowing little about archaeology, Nigel decides to employ unusual methods to locate the biggest Saxon treasure of all, the last sacred Anglo-Saxon crown of Angela. And Angela, what does that say? I mean, Anglia. Okay. I don't know if that's a real thing or not. I'm a treasure hunter, exclaimed Nigel. Well, now there's a thing, scoffs Nanny Noah. Thing, says Nigel, a little hurt. I'm seeking my fortune. Yes, you and the others, replied Nanny Noah mysteriously. Nigel is puzzled and suspicious. Others? What others? Like all lost treasures, the crown is waiting to be found. but it has its guardians, both living and dead. Nigel must use his ghost hunting skills, wits, and bravado to survive the next 4 days, climaxing with an amazing discovery on May Day itself. Beltane, a powerful knight in the pagan calendar. I feel like Beltane has come up before these games. A day and night cycle when the veil between our world and the world of the dead is at its weakest. Joining Nigel in this supernatural adventure is new companion Lucy Rubens. Together they piece through Saxton's deep history and experience adventure both in this realm and the land of the undead. So this is going to require Windows XP Service Pack 2 at a minimum. It only goes up to 8, gives you a sense of its age. A 1.5 gigahertz Intel Pentium or equivalent. Is Pentium, does it even use that term anymore? Because this is just like Intel I whatever these days. Same with AMD. I don't think any of this. 128 megabyte DirectX 9 compliant video. Oh, the days when 128 megs on a video card was something. Now we're in this section of like, if you got less than 16 gigs on that thing, you're going to be in trouble. There's a map of Saxton. That may come in handy. Technical support number. Really, like, all this is just kind of working itself out. Ghost Hunter's desk features unlocked once you've acquired the ghost hunting gadgets. Hayden Industries. Nigel automatically upped his paranormal evidence when entering his bedroom at Harbor Cottage. Photo album. EVPs. There's a map. We can talk to people. I think this is like a little bit different layout than the previous games. And an epilepsy warning. All right. I think we've got enough background info now. I'll leave that up in the background. Some of that delicious slurry. Let's hop into The Lost Crown. The latest game from 2008, I think. 2000. When did this game come out? 2008. The store page. Yeah, 2008. Sorry, it's one of those games, if I click off of it, it just stops. I like this menu. It's very nice. There's Baphomet just waiting for you. They've tastefully censored out his lower section, which is nice.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Crow. Report.
We've lost him.
It sounds like the Crypt Keeper.
I don't want your excuses.
Disappeared into the crowds.
Which way was he heading?
Station, sir. He has the documents.
Danvers has seen and heard too much. He knows about the chasm and D-Labs. He could have seen the experiment.
Uh-oh.
How? The firewalls are hacked.
To those on the outside, yes.
Ah, he's one of us.
Perhaps I could think of a better purpose for Mr. Danvers.
Shall I get after him, Mr. Hatton?
He'll be catching the last train.
Which platform, sir? There is still time.
No, leave him be. I know which train he's on, and I know where he's going.
Where, sir? Where is he going?
He's going nowhere, Mr. Crow. Nowhere at all.
So Haddon Industries, we're hearing it's pronounced Haddon, isn't just like a company that produces ghost hunting gadgets. They're like some shadowy organization run by Skeletor. We got Dr. Claw up in there. The clearance of the hallway for the wheelchair is not ADA compliant. They're going to get so many lawsuits. Apparently, they didn't care about that in the early 2000s. These days, though, they'd be shutting you down. Oh my. Do I need to censor this line art? You can see that gentleman's how do you do just hanging out right there in that star. Evidence. Our ghost hunting adventure. Are we ghost hunting or are we treasure hunting? Was the ghost the treasure all along? Come on, ride the train. And ride it. Isn't that the Darkfall music? Pretty sure that's the music from Darkfall. Would you like the tutorial? Yeah, I guess. You can move between views when your cursor changes to a direction arrow. Left click to move in the direction indicated. Okay. Double left click to move quickly. Move very quickly. Walk Nigel to the left. Slide to the left. You can move between views when your cursor changes to a direction arrow. Okay.
What's this?
Oh, this is interesting. Left click to interact with objects or characters. Okay. Left click to pick up the item which is dropped on the floor. Move your mouse to the bottom of the screen. Your inventory is displayed. Okay. When you have several items, you can scroll left and right through your collection. Okay. Right click on an item inventory to see it in more detail or learn what it is. Right click on the wallet. When you move your mouse to the bottom, okay. It's going to repeat it. Lucy Rubens. Back direction arrow indicates a step backwards to previous view or a zoom back out from an item. It's like floating around here. Yeah, ticket there. I'm pretty sure we could steal this ticket. Is there any cash in here? We actually like see the person now. It's not all first person. But I dig like the color setup. It's all like black and white except for blue. Blue is like the only color, or is that violet? Yes, I think we've got enough. Don't know, I want to use the item. No sorting the screen. Return inventory. Okay. Pick up the wallet and click it on the station master. Slap him with it. You there! Lavender, perhaps.
Excuse me. Can you help?
Oh, stop, Mr. Danvers.
How do you know my name?
You told me, in between kips.
Kips? You mean I woke up?
Oh yes, I should say so. Quite chatty you were.
Uh-oh. That's not a good sign. Like, I don't remember waking up on this train. The sleepwalker. The sleepwalker. Is this all a dream? Is he hallucinating? Did he pass out in the train station and he's just lying there in like a diabetic coma? I don't know why I cued in on diabetes. I just get that vibe from him that maybe he's got some health issues and he's not too up on his blood sugar. And he just kind of like passed out on the train station. People just assumed he's homeless and like, oh, how disgusting. Look at this man. He's just lying in his own filth, dreaming all of this. I am probably trying to predict too much. That's an impressive old train. Did you see anyone else board the train at London? If you've been here long, it was midnight when we left London. I'll return shortly. Just go through them all.
That's an impressive old trade.
Old, sir. It may be lacking a little polish here and there, but this old girl hasn't let us down yet.
The tourists must love it. And your outfit.
Outfit, sir?
I see. Reenactment or something.
You've lost me, Mr. Danvers. Was there something else?
Yeah, there's definitely something weird going on here. Oh, it wouldn't. You know, it's like, how this is strange. I feel like I've gone back in time and everyone you talk to is like, no, it's perfectly normal for me to dress like it's the turn of the century. You're the weird, but I'm not going to comment on your weird clothing. He's got like the vest on. It's like Back to the Future. Like, what's with the vest? You're afraid of going overboard?
Did you see anybody else board the train at London?
Only you and the young lady.
Young lady? A girl?
Yeah, that's right. Unless I've been getting it wrong all these years.
Where did she get off?
Well, here, of course. Sedgemarsh.
Where did she go? I've seen no other passengers.
Through the fens, I'm guessing. Fancy your chances, do ya?
I resent that remark.
Do you now? Well, that's interesting.
What's up, Skyo? Welcome in. Welcome to our nightmare, or perhaps time travel. We haven't sussed out which yet. This man just accused us of being interested in a mystery woman for salacious reasons. And I think that Nigel perhaps protests too much. We'll find out when we actually meet them. Probably be like, I'm not interested in any of that. I'm a noble ghost hunter. And then as soon as he sees like any human female, he's just going to be like, hey. Of course I'm interested in mysterious woman. I would be. He knows what she looks like. He's got her wallet. He knows what her income is approximately. She's got enough info in there to build a profile and be like, this is a person I can scam for a lot of money. Because that's what we all think when we find wallets is like, how can I use this for even more financial gain? They get $500 in their wallet. But if I befriend them, I could probably get more for an extended period of time.
Have we been here long? It was midnight when we left London.
You know, like,
We just arrived. Bang on
you
time.
get in close with someone, maybe you get some free meals, they'll give you a ride here and there.
Maybe sir should have thought about
You just keep
that
setting them up for a
before.
bigger and bigger scam.
Usually, out of flood season, we would continue on, but the spring tide flood the fens, meaning Sedgemarsh is our last stop.
What time does the train leave?
No passengers for the return journey.
What? You can hardly leave me here.
You'd rather end up at the terminus, sir.
What does that mean? $500 for an investment. Yeah, the investment is gambling. Trust me, I've got a system. You might get someone if you tell them you need the money I need this money to put it down on the horses. And they'd be like, oh, horse track betting. That sounds fun. And they give it to you and you just spend it all on Umumusame. And they're just like, oh.
I'll return shortly.
Not saying there's anything wrong with Umumusame. I'm just saying. If somebody got really excited about like horse track betting, They might be just, or they might be like, I was really nervous that you were some like degenerate gambler, but now I see you're a man of taste. Left click button. Okay, I will do that. All right, let's move on. Just gonna comment how pretty this PFP is. I've said it before, like I can scarcely see them on the screens that I operate on. I see like the tiniest icon. I usually can make out like 2 colors, and I'm like, and then someone will comment on it like, is that from this game? And I'm like, how can you even see that? I don't know if there's some way I can make those appear larger in my browser, but like I can never see anyone's like profile picture with any clarity. I know what Sky's is, but that's because I know Sky. If I didn't know Sky and I saw that, I wouldn't even know that's a person's face. I kind of saw loving right now. It's mostly Patty while listening. Yes. You gotta get that cat affection when they have it. I don't know what your cat is like. My cats were very standoffish.
I have no idea where this leads.
Okay.
If it leads anywhere at all.
Well, I don't either. That's why you got to walk down there and find out.
This could be my last chance.
Okay. Well, what are we doing here? What are you doing here, man? What do we got here? What is this? What am I looking at here? Was this like some kind of film? This is head and imaging. I don't know what it is or what it's for. Okay, well, we got some kind of weird lenses. Yes, please zoom in. My eyes are old. I love this old printout. You guys have printers that use this, like the solid paper? What do you call that paper that was like had these rollers and you had to tear off the pages? My first printer had that. It was an old dot matrix printer. I actually missed this. I missed the box of paper. You never had to worry about reloading paper because you would just feed it in and it would just it was just one continuous sheet. Doubt this guy gets very far in everyday life, just stops at every rock. Yep. Being a stray, loves attention. I absolutely run away when she's done or hungry. That's my recollection of the cats we had. We had 3 cats that were from the same litter, and they were all like, they were so different from each other. My cat was super affectionate, and he loved sitting on your lap, especially if you're trying to eat, and he would just reach his paw up and try and knock your dish over so he could get at it. But he was very friendly. My brother's cat was not very friendly. He just howled a lot. And then the third cat was like absolutely terrified of everybody and everything. Also only has 2 teeth now. Oh man, that's rough. Is it an older cat or is it just like from life on the streets? A lot of cells are printing. Yeah. They were like, dot matrix printers had like specific use cases for which there was no good replacement. And so there was like one company making dot matrix printers. They were extremely expensive, but it was like a specialized market where like the people who use them, like it has to be dot matrix. I can't use anything else. I wonder if they're still around. Project Darkfall. He just keeps trying to crack into Project Darkfall. He got in. Apparently. But like it knows his name. How does it know his name? That's why you never use your real name when you're hacking into stuff. Like why did he print all these logs out that are basically just like a record of him breaking in?
That's That's not right.
Don't tell me it's not right. I got an achievement for looking at this paper. The streets, looking at the opposite canine, face is still normal. Just drools a lot. Oh, man. Oh, that poor cat. Well, at least they got a good home now. Poor spirit by Mr. Hare. April showers. The chasm ripped open at shadow time, confirming our estimations. Crow operated the energy feed as I observed from the gallery. Staring into the chasm revealed forms within the swirling clouds of pure dark energy. Could they be organic, life forms, or just phantom forms adrift within the sea of supernature? I could swear that many of the forms seemed to take on an almost humanoid shape, with arms reaching out as if hoping to be dragged from the chasm and pulled into our world. If true, I fear that could never be allowed. What terrible effect would such an action have on our world? Mr. Haddon is due to revisit the lab later this afternoon. I can only hope that the forms reappear when we open the chasm. He will know what to do. Our technology needs this research. We are so close to seeing into the worlds beyond the chasm. What will lie there on the other side? Our people, probably. All right, he said this was his last chance. He's taking off. It's like, I'm out of here. Let's follow him. And then mug him. Yeah, let's take a look at these barrels. The bear! Fenland Ale. Is it made from real bears? Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I don't know. I was hoping that you could...
Good what, sir?
Where does the path lead?
Where does the path lead?
Saxton, sir. Across the fen.
Why doesn't the train go there?
The flood, Mr. Danvers. I did say. During the spring, the line ends here, at Sedge Marsh.
Can I get to Saxton on foot?
Oh, easily, sir. Follow the path through to Saxton.
Okay.
Big town. Is it? Phone, food, a bed?
Big enough. You'll find all you need. A little treasure it is.
Treasure? Why do you
Oh, a
say
little
that?
treasure.
You'll know soon enough.
I see. Very well. I'll see for myself.
That you will. Oh, seeing as you're heading that way,
What?
I found this on the train. The young lady must have dropped it.
Another wallet?
That was clumsy. What can I do?
Well, if you're quick, you'll catch her up in no time.
I'll try my best. So long. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, that's right. You didn't. Station master will do.
Goodbye, station master.
Goodbye, Mr. Danvers.
It's the master. He's gonna get the what was that thing? His shrink ray. He's gonna turn us into little miniature people, which kills us. What was the master's shrink ray deal called? It had a specific name. Away we go. Day 1, on the run. Blast! My curiosity strikes again. Peeking at the hidden secrets has cost me my job at the very least. Time to lay low, find somewhere to hide. Find somewhere to stay. It's more isolated, lonely, far from home. Explain to Haddon, beg if need be. I need to get Hare and Crow off my back. Make sure I am not followed. But if Hare and Crow are on your back, then they definitely followed you. It had a name. The master's devices. All right, what do we got here? The TCE, the tissue compression eliminator. Matter condensation. As the name suggests, the TCE killed by drastically compressing the bodies of its targets to the point where life function ceased. So yeah, he would zap people in the tournament to he would compress them down to little dolls of themselves and they were dead. But then he got hit himself. There was an episode where they find him in a little miniature setup in this box in his TARDIS, and he's miniaturized. It's pretty funny. Yeah, but that was when when he would kill people with that, they would show him going after someone, or someone would look panicked, and then later on someone would just find this little doll version of the person dead. It's pretty messed up. What's up, Joshua? Welcome in. All right. Do we have 2 wallets now? Wait a minute. We found that wallet and gave it to him, and he just gave it back to us here, I found this. You didn't find that. I found it on the ground. I'm very confused about that. Why did the guy give it back to us as though it was something new? We worked for
I
Haddon.
don't think I'll be returning to work anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean...
What's this?
It's a work phone number that you wrote on the back of the card. Anyway. Spent all day buying gardening stuff. I'm gonna make a small pond. Ooh. Interesting. Are you gonna stock the pond with anything? Perhaps some koi fish? The natterjack toad. This toad is only found in the sandy habitats of Anglia, feeding on insects and other small creatures. The name natterjack is derived from the Anglo-Saxon word nadir, which is used to describe a serpent or crawling creature, often from Saxon mythology. With poisonous skin and a loud croak, often heard as far as half a mile away, the natterjack is a distinctive beast of the fens and coastal regions of the area. This rare species is protected by the crown. It's poisonous, though. Can we lick it? The heron. I don't really feel the need to read about the herons. The mitten crab. Why are they crossed out? Are they gone? So named due to its furry parents, mitten crab is dominating foreign invader of these shores, which endangers many of our native species beyond just other crabs and crustacean species. The mitten crab's enormous razor sharp claws give the creature an almost lobster-like appearance, enable the crab to scythe through fish stocks, and even give human bathers a nasty nip. Growing to the size of a large dinner plate, the mitten crab is monitored by the Environment Trust. Azurian fritillary. A foreign invader can be found in the bogs, reed beds, and sedges of Anglia. Harmless to look at, the Azurian poppy is deadly. It is an unwelcome invader in these shores, seeking dominance and colonization. Caution should be taken when handling the species due to high levels of metrotoxin, known to cause lethargy, dizziness, promote cancerous growths. Wow, that's quite a jump. It'll make you lethargic, dizzy, and cancer. It's one of those things is not like the others. Steps are being taken to remove this dangerous invader from Anglia. It's just a poppy, right? Sea path closed to erosion. To the trains! That's where we're at. Path closed due to spring floods. So we just gotta roll around. Great. Let's go this way. Well, it's flooded.
There's someone out there. Amongst the reeds.
Well, no, she's gonna die. What you doing out there? Okay. These plants, fish will require extra work on movement maintenance. Just about some water plants. Frogs may come in on their own. You live on a tropical island.
I'll catch her later.
If you build it, they will come. At least according to that baseball movie. The kid chokes on a hot dog. And one of the ghost baseball players has to stop being a ghost so it can perform the Heimlich, but really just slaps her on the back and she coughs up the hot dog. And then it's like, we're sorry, we pulled you out of your ghost baseball game and made you become a dead doctor. And he's like, it's fine. And then wanders away. That's the worst part of that movie.
Deep, dark, swamp-like water.
Drink it.
Deep, dark, swamp-like water.
Take a sip. Okay, well, I can't go that way. We can go this way. I think that was that poisonous toad. You notice like the invasive plant is like the only color here, and it's everywhere.
Symbolic images or ancient graffiti?
Who knows? Uh-oh. This guy's watching us.
Excuse me? Quiet, man. You'll scare him away.
I see.
Excuse me? Quiet, man. You'll scare him away.
All right. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, we're back where it started from. I'm going to play a very important part of the story. Probably. There's something on the ground. Yeah, just pick up all that junk off the ground. It's cool.
Part of a rusty sign. Part of a rusty sign.
Okay. Hop off into the ocean there.
Hello. Nothing but the North Sea. Next stop, Norway.
Okay, take a dip. Hop in. I hear the water's very bracing this time of year. For sure, fish can barely hear you. I think he's probably looking for like birds, like the heron, would be my guess. Or he's watching for the most dangerous game, Madden. I think she went this way.
Deep, dark, swamp-like water.
No? Okay. That's just more of the same sign. Burp, 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 burp. Oh, it's another piece of that. Are we piecing this sign together?
That's not right.
I mean, that's not right.
That's not right. Part of a rusty sign. That's not right.
But I'm pretty sure they do go together.
Right. Part of a rusty sign. That's not right.
Okay. Well, fine. I think they go together. I don't know what kind of hearing fish have.
Hello.
I didn't put much thought into it because I'm generally not trying to talk to fish. Oh, hey, A cavern. Keep turning. Keep turning. Whee! Beware danger, undercurrents, and erosion. Okay. But it's probably like another piece of the sign I need to find, perhaps. Here we go. Now the mystery is solved. Oh, I gotta do it all over again. Okay.
Dangerous undercurrents. I should take that as a warning. To watch my step from now on.
Oh, hey.
What on earth is that?
I want to save. I have yet to encounter anything in these games that like made me have to save, but like you never know. They could decide like this is the game where you start getting killed. Chime sound reminds me of Oblivion. It does. I wonder if it came from like the same stock library. Yeah, there wasn't anything. There's no getting up that way. I guess this, we could keep going the other way. We could go into this cave here. Let's keep scoping this out.
A fall from these rocks would smash a body to pieces.
Well, let's try not to fall from these rocks then.
No idea where this leads.
Where's your sense of adventure, man?
I have no idea where this leads.
Well, just walk. Where's it gonna? I think you just look ahead of you while you're walking. Are you afraid you're just gonna stumble off a cliff? It's broad daylight. I can't go. I don't know where that leads. How did you survive this long? You don't know where this leads either, but you're gonna walk into a dark cave. You're fine with walking into a dark cave where you heard something growling mere moments ago, but you don't want to walk on the beach where you can plainly see what's happening. It's all out in the open. No sound of animals, but a cave. That's fine. This man has problems. No wonder he got killed in the first game.
Nothing ventured.
We died. I can't walk down the sidewalk. I don't know where it goes, but I'll squeeze into this narrow cave. I feel like if this guy had a choice between like
Treasure? Perhaps my time here won't be entirely wasted.
oh my god, this man is insane. He's living in a fantasy world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you all have to agree with me on this. I feel like my brain is shattering over this. He won't walk down the sidewalk that he can clearly see where it goes because he doesn't already know where it goes, but he'll go inside this darkened cave where he finds a newspaper lying on the ground in this darkened cave that's like, hey, there's treasure hunters in town, and his first thought is, oh, looks like I have my purpose. This guy is having some kind of psychotic breakdown. I think he's been huffing too many of those poppies there, and he's probably got some kind of tumor growing in his brain. So you can have it. Yeah, the wallet, yeah. But he doesn't give it to me saying, here's that wallet you gave me, give it back to the girl if you find her. He lies and says he found it on the train. Which, right there, if you gave a wallet to somebody, hey, I found this on the ground. Oh, thanks, I'll make sure it goes back to the owner. And then like 5 minutes later, they give it to you. Oh, hey, I found this. It's like, you and I both know you're lying to me. That takes some chutzpah right there, let me tell you. Treasure hunters descend on sleepy Saxton town. Ancient coast ravaged by spring tides. Reduce your flesh. This just caught my eye. Reduce your flesh. What is... What do you mean? What do you mean? Reduce my flesh. I need to see what this is. Is that a oh my god, this game is breaking me. Is that some sort of like overseas lingo? What do they mean? Feed the hunger with your body? Just start shaving it off 1 pound at a time. Hundreds of archaeology enthusiasts, treasure hunters, tomb robbers, and wreck explorers are due to descend upon the small Anglian town of Saxton this coming week. Coastal erosion caused by the spring high tides has caused many acres of our Anglian land to fall into the sea, lost forever. Ancient earth is lost to the waves as more of the land is exposed to the elements and greedy treasure hunters. There's treasure out in those fens, waiting to be found, says visiting metal detector enthusiast Laurie Stone. Wow, she must be a heavy smoker at 56. Stone is only one of many glory seekers hoping to find the lost Anglo-Saxon crown, believed to be the last of 3 such treasures created thousands of years ago for the ancient rulers of the kingdom. There's treasure in those fens. Treasure or no treasure, the spring tides and the May Day festival always bring many to the small harbor town in search of legend, mystery, and mythology. It's always good for business. We have regulars who come back year after year for the May Day fair and the possibility of finding Anglia's treasures, says Saxton pub landlady Morgan Mickle. I don't know they're females. She's only 29. I don't know who's saying this when I pick the voice. It just makes it better when they end up being younger women. Maybe lose weight, but it's questionable. Have you ever seen a weight loss ad that was listed as reduce your flesh? That's got to be something. It's gonna drive me crazy. I'm gonna look this up. I'm just gonna push this. I'm gonna put this into Google. Reduce your flesh. To which the AI overview answers, I'm purely a digital AI assistant, meaning I have no physical body or flesh to reduce. So the AI, Google AI, took this as a command that I'm telling it to reduce its flesh. There's a religious website telling you to take authority over your flesh. Instead of listening to the commands of my flesh to overeat and to eat the wrong types of food, it was time for my flesh to listen to me. Wait, is this a religious institute dealing with overeating? 12 ways to fight the flesh, temptation, and sin. The only way you lose battles to the flesh is by giving in to them and giving up. This is something from Leviticus. How to overcome desires of the flesh. 5 ways to overcome the flesh and be alive in the spirit. The war within, flesh versus spirit. How can I overcome my fleshly desires and live by spirit? I don't think any of that has to do with this, but There's something. Can I please? No, please. I wanted to read that. No, I wanted to read it. I need to read the ad. Let me read the ad copy. Well, you can kind of see it. But isn't like a picture of like a mannequin there? No, let me read it. Now go back. we can almost make it out. I can almost make it out. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. You're gonna screenshot of this. Let's go to screenshot. All right, I gotta go to the lab for this. we gotta sort this out. I gotta figure out what this is an ad for. We gotta read this ad copy here. I need to know what flesh they are talking about. I need to know the context, otherwise it will haunt me. All right, let's bring this open here. We'll crop this. Crop it down real tiny like. We only need the ads. Dr. Walters, something. It's a really weird statue that they've put a bra on. Like they've got a statue of a naked woman and they've drawn on underwear, which is some Tenchi Muyo BS. Something. Oh, I can't. It's too blurry. I can't make it out. No, wait. By wearing Dr. Walters' reducing rubber? Something? It's an ad for some sort of flesh reduction rubber. And it's wrapped around like the head. The version of Tenchi Muyo. That was the Tenchi Muyo was the first time I ever saw somebody talk about censorship in anime. And that was the first example I ever saw was on Toonami, like drawing underwear onto characters that were topless. Because I didn't notice when I watched that on Toonami, I never noticed that. It didn't catch my eye at all. Until it was pointed out, like, no, they added that after the fact. I'm like, what? Drink one sees Sailor Moon was when I found out. Yeah, and after that, like, I eyed everything differently. So in like the full ad, you can kind of see around. There's like this dark shape around the head, and then this, and this is like Dr. Watson's reducing rubber something. So it's like. They're marketing some, I don't know, weight loss products that will shrink your skin by wrapping it in rubber. It's just, I can't be the only one that was caught off guard by an ad that just said it's going to reduce my flesh. Well, hey, let's keep walking in this dangerous cave. There's a picture of a skull. That's gonna be great. Beer was water on DBZ. Wine was juice in Sailor Moon. Clear alcohol. Character was drunk. Oh, that I don't remember, but that's like, I don't know if they changed like the label on it, but like you can tell from context what it is. I had somebody try and tell me once that in the Bible, when they talk about wine, they're talking about grape juice. There's stories in the Bible of people getting drunk. And there's still this person was still trying to tell me that like there's no alcohol in the Bible. What are you talking about? That was the craziest conversation. I full disclosure, I'm not a religious person. 'Cause, 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 Yeah, this is from Genesis 9. Noah planted a vineyard. He drank from its wine, got drunk, and passed out naked in his tent. Ham, this is real biblical names here. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw that his father was naked and told his two brothers who were outside the tent. Shem and Japheth took a cloak, held it between them from their shoulders, walked backward, and covered their father's nakedness, keeping their faces turned away so they did not see their father's exposed body. When Noah woke up with his hangover, he learned what his youngest son had done. He said, "Cursed be Canaan, a slave of slaves, a slave to his brothers. Blessed be God, the God of Shem, but Canaan shall be his slave." So, basically, here's the story, and hopefully this isn't gonna rub anyone the wrong way here. I mean, wine is kind of grape. I mean, yeah, but it is. But if you just call it grape juice, I feel like you're burying the lead quite a bit there. Grape juice is something that's safe to feed to children. I think wine perhaps is not. Ham attacked his dad when he was drunk. What? It's not the version that I've read. The version that I read, which I think was just the King James Bible, he's just like he just kind of walks away. He's like, well, dad's drunk. And then as punishment, like his children have to become slaves to his brothers. I mean, and that's like, why is this Ham's problem? Noah's the one who got blackout drunk, stripped naked and passed out. Like, that sounds like a you issue, right? Talk about not taking personal responsibility. If you get drunk and pass out naked and someone is just like, I'm not helping you, like, do they deserve to be punished for that? You might be upset at them, but really you're the problem. But anyway, yeah, I don't know about you. I don't know many people who drank too much grape juice and got blackout drunk from it and passed out naked. Those stories are they're pretty wild, man. No peace in death. The humble folk of Saxton were horrified to discover an 80-year-old corpse floating in the still harbor water last weekend. The body was spotted by a local man, Bob Tawney, while doing his milk and bread round. Horrible it were, said Mr. Tawney. It were falling to bits. You could barely call it human. It was so rotten and putrid. Identifying the body took little time after police discovered the local graveyard had become flooded and disturbed by the unusually high spring tides. Well, that's some poltergeist business right there. Like the flooding just washed away the graveyard and the bodies are floating up on the harbor. It's time to leave town. I'm not like a very superstitious person, but if I lived in a coastal town and dead bodies from the local cemetery started washing up on shore, I would take that as a sign and I would leave. I would go away. Saxton area is experiencing an unexpectedly wet spring, leading to widespread flooding and coastal disturbances. They came floating across the sea out of the fog. The once quiet graveyard is now all but destroyed by the approaching sea, meaning further bodies will be disturbed from what was intended to be an eternal slumber. They come floating across the sea out of the fog into our small town, continued Mr. Tawney. The fishing has had to stop with the water being so badly polluted. The week's catch sits around the town waiting to be burnt. The smell is unbearable. The fisher folks of Saxton are hoping the May Day festival is not affected by the gruesome skin peel. Stop spawning order. These, I'm noticing a theme with the advertising. Reduce your flesh, peel your skin, remove your flesh. Horror as corpses swept free from local graveyard. you can collect those teeth, and you can make dentures out of them. That's for real estate. When I was a kid, hurricane made the graves come up. Kids and teens just messing with them. That's messed up. Let me go outside when it was happening. She was mad. I would be, man. Like there's a lot of things that I don't really hold sacred, but like, don't mess with dead bodies. Don't mess with dead bodies. That's big time disrespectful. What's in there? Hello. Oh no, the shadow people. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is what happens when you walk into an unknown cave, man. You didn't want to walk on the sidewalk, but you were fine walking into this place. There he is. He's messing with the bodies. Throw him in. Throw him in the river. I guess it's the sea, not the river. Hey, kid. Can I go down there and, like, assist this child?
An abandoned building. It looks foreboding.
Hey, I think I found a place for us to hang out. We can hide in that abandoned building. Who knows what illness it could have got? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, rotting dead bodies are not like the cleanest thing. That's a big shocker there. Hello, dog. You know, Silent Hill vibe. Everything seems a bit off. It does. It does.
What's up with him?
Ah, here you are.
Excuse me?
Here I am.
Sorry, I should have said good evening.
That's... Turn around and leave, Nigel. Turn around. And when you looked around and you saw only one set of footprints on the shore, that was because you're a fucking ghost. You're floating over there. Only the dog is real. Even Nigel didn't leave footprints. Great. I was wrong. Nigel didn't survive Darkfall. This is the afterlife. But somehow there's dogs that are real and alive there. Jesus carried him. She rode the dog like a pony. Which you really shouldn't do, because like dogs are not equipped for that, and you'll do serious injury to them. What is that in the water?
What is that? In the water?
A tree stump, I think. Dark and shapeless. It could almost be a small body, couldn't it?
I don't know. It's too far away.
Oh my god. That totally looks like a dead body.
What? We should...
Do not fret, boy. All will become clear.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at it! Look at this dead body just like spinning around in the sea.
Is Saxton near here?
You're standing on Saxton Shore. So
Oh!
yes, you could say you've arrived.
At last! I had to walk across the fenland.
Horse train never arrives in Saxton.
Why is that?
I've no idea, dear.
You had to walk 20 feet.
Saxton's an isolated town.
I'm a treasure hunter. Just look at it. I mean, there's something. Oh my god, is it getting closer? Is that the body there? That can't be. This is the body. There's the body. Okay. There's the presumed body.
I am a treasure hunter.
Well, now there's a thing.
Thing? I'm seeking my fortune.
Yes, you.
That's
and
from the manual.
You and the others.
Others? What others?
The Mayday tides bring many to Saxton.
Why is that?
High tides eat away at the rocks, cliffs, and sandbanks. The low tides expose that which has been hidden.
Like ancient treasures?
Perhaps. That and people's fortunes. And futures.
What does that mean?
I'm Nigel, by the way.
Yes, Mr. Danvers, I'm sure you are.
Am I expected?
Oh, yes. For some time now.
What?
It may change it all. Time will tell.
Oh my God. He's not nearly suspicious enough about this that everybody knows who he is. Is this like the prisoner? I'd start like, you're not Nigel, you're number 17.
May I ask you something else?
Oh, feel free, young man.
Does it get closer? I don't get closer. Is that your dog?
Is that your dog?
Yes. George and I have been companions for many, many years.
A woman's best friend?
No, I wouldn't say that.
What does that mean?
I'll leave you in peace.
Very well. I'll be seeing you again, sooner or later.
They're gonna see us floating out there in the water next.
There's something in the water.
There is something in the water. I'm sure it's nothing. Hey, the kid's gone. Oh no! Oh well, he rode his bike away, so he couldn't have fallen in unless somebody came and threw him in and then like stole his bike.
An abandoned building. It looks foreboding.
First, I think we should hold up in that abandoned building. You know. But he had a bicycle, so like unless someone threw him in the ocean and then like stole his bike to cover up the fact that they had murdered this child, entirely possible.
I think I'll pass on the local delicacy.
No, get in on it.
I think I'll pass on the local delicacy.
They're delicious. That looks like it's about to tumble in right there. Caw! Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. This is the cave we came out of. It's a different cave. I think it's a different cave, which he has no issue walking into. But wide open beach, no dice.
It's too dark to see with my own eyes.
Oh, finally. Finally, he's got some protest. Okay, that answers that. Hey, there's some color. Bird. Missing. Cat watch. No swimming. There ain't no swimming here, boy. Based on a real place.
An abandoned building. It looks foreboding.
What was this? I don't know. This is what this is based on. Polperro. This is based on the real place Polperro. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that properly. A large village, civil parish, fishing harbor within the Polperro Heritage coastline in South Cornwall, England, United Kingdom. Population 1554. Real place that this was based on. I'm interested in this cat watch.
An abandoned building. It looks foreboding.
We're gonna end up in that building.
What's this?
What's this indeed? Missing. Cat watch.
I'll make a note.
Make a note.
That's not right. That's not right.
Oh, okay.
A phone number for cat watch.
Okay.
That's not right.
I guess I'll just apply that to a telephone when the time comes. We'll just call online so we found their cat. Look, it's the cat.
That's not right.
Isn't that the cat? That does appear to be the cat. It's a crime they only let me pet the cat once without leaving the scene.
Excuse me. Can you help?
Good afternoon, stranger. What can I get you?
I'll take a bottle of still water.
Room. Who are you? Who are you? It's May busy. This pub have a phone.
Can I rent a room for a week?
All our guest rooms are taken. Busy time, May.
So
Yep,
there's
yep.
nothing you can offer?
Well, there is the cottage on the harbour, if that suits you.
Well, I'll take anything you have.
It's clean, but a bit cluttered.
I'm none too fussy. I'm sure it will be fine.
How can it be
I
clean
hope you
and
don't mind
cluttered?
the sounds and briny smells.
Is it nearby?
It's right on the harbour, surrounded by water.
Perfect. What do I owe you?
We can settle up when you leave. That's if you leave us, Mr. Danvers. Here's the keys and a map of the town.
How do you know who I am? And why do you put it? Again, he's not questioning this nearly enough. They know who you are. And the statement, if you leave, what does that mean?
Pardon me, but who are you?
Me? I'm Morgan, the landlady of the Bear, and have been for a few years now. And you are?
Nigel. Nigel Danvers.
You already know
You've been
that.
here for quite a week.
Is May a busy time for Saxton?
Yes, you could say that.
Local events?
The Saxton May Day Fair is famous in these parts.
Okay.
We'll be in for quite a week.
Does the pub have a phone?
Afraid not. Wouldn't be in keeping with the place.
Is there a payphone in town?
Yes, across the harbour, over the bridge and up Station Lane.
Great.
I'll catch you later.
Perhaps.
Maybe. No telling.
An old painting or a copy of one?
I'm just curious what it was gonna say. In a game like this, like, you have to at least try to go into the ladies' room, just not because you want to go in there, but you want to see what it says. You want to see what variation of "you can't go in there" it says, or have someone jump out and like, "No, you can't go in there," and say he just knocks. A little disappointed. He didn't say anything at all. He just couldn't go in.
That's unusual. The clock is stuck at 9 o'clock.
How unusual. Not weird or creepy at all like the rest of this place. Oh, look, green. Howdy, boys.
I think I'll pass on the local delicacy.
No, just reach in there and eat it. It's delicious. Scrumptious lobster.
I think I'll pass on the local delicacy.
You know, those lobsters are probably eaten off of the dead bodies washing out of the cemetery. So he probably has the right idea, if we're being real. It's probably not a good time to be eating crab or lobster from this place if there's a bunch of dead bodies washing up on shore, because you know they'll be eating them. So in effect, you'll be eating the body. Saxon snappers. Oh, a map. Where did I get this? I see. The beach. The caverns.
A bottle of water. The key to Harbour Cottage.
There's a station, but the train never comes there. Store. There's the cottage. The bear. That's where we're at. Okay. There's the phone box. We got to get to that. We got to make this call about the cat watch. Excuse me, I think I found your cat. He's hanging out at the local bar. They say he has quite the tab. They had to throw him out because he kept starting fights. He's an angry drunk, that cat. You might want to get some help for the cat.
The creaky sign says, "The Bear."
There's some red again. The red of fish guts. Pardon me, sir.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
What you doing?
What are you up to?
What are you up to?
On holiday, actually. And you?
Work. I'm a writer, a journalist for the local rag.
I'm guessing not much happens around here.
You'd be surprised.
Tell me more.
It's a foggy night.
This fog hides many things.
Yeah.
Like treasure?
Another glory seeker.
Not exactly. I'm not sure what I'm seeking.
What is he tapping on? Did we stumble on the quantum leap here? What is he working on? Is it supposed to be like a smartphone? He's just got like a calculator or something. He's got one of those little toy pianos. He's just like beep boop boop beep boop boop boop. What?
I'll see you around.
You will. Trust me.
I don't. Everyone we talk to is like that. Oh, you'll see me all right. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I had better not disturb anybody.
No, disturb away. Disturb away.
There's someone out there.
I got a metal detector. That must be the dude that found the body, I think. Oh wait, was that a different story about the Metal detectoring. Okay, well I guess I can't go that way. Go this way.
You boy.
Yes. Yes, man.
You boy. What are you doing? Loitering?
I'm staying nearby. Harbour Cottage?
This town attracts all sorts of freaks and losers at this time of year.
Damn. Damn. I mean, come on. Isn't this kind of like typical tourist town where they're like entirely dependent, their whole economy depends on tourism, but they are openly hateful towards and antagonistic towards tourists? You know, like, we need your tourism money, but also I hate you. I'm gonna spit on everything you look at here. What's up, Silas? I like that in real life. I know I can understand, but like I don't know, if your economy depends on tourism, that's the only thing keeping your area afloat, like, and you don't like it, then you should leave. Because being rude to your customers ain't the way to do it. French Canada. What's up, Silas? How's it going? Tourism Times Square, so annoying. I know, but like, is New York like that dependent on tourism for the economy? It strikes me there's a lot more going on in New York beyond like tourism dollars, but there's a lot of like small areas that like the only local economy is like, it'd be like if you went to Disneyland and like Mickey Mouse was like punching everyone as they came through the gate. Like, I understand people in these areas that like have to deal with that, but like, if you don't like it, then you gotta stop accepting tourists. A lot of tourists are assholes. That I can agree with. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like it's not deserved, but like, you just kind of swallow that. If you're gonna, if you're gonna live there, you just kind of gotta deal with it, or do something about it. I guess. And just being rude to people is not gonna do it. A lot of people out there are just like economically slitting their own throat for some reason. Americans do no wrong in Japan when we visit. No, I mean, that's like provably false. I don't know if there's any one group that's a worse group of tourists than others. I think there's a lot of people who visit other areas can be very disrespectful and crazy. What's so special about this time of year?
What's so special about this time of year?
Oh dear, not too bright, are you? Had much experience of geology, have you?
Well, no, not really. I've always thought that,
How about archaeology?
I want to throw this man in the river.
But I'm willing to learn.
What is he? Has he got like a newspaper or like a giant bent smartphone?
Do you believe this county conceals hidden treasures?
I do. Whether we find them is another matter. This land is old and steeped in blood and horror.
Yeah.
The landscape around us has been witness to the fall of kings and death in plague-sized proportions.
Cool.
Time and turmoil can see some items misplaced. They are there for us to find if you know where to look.
In the ground. This statement. I'm keen to find the treasure.
I'm keen to find the treasure. Where's the best place to start?
Well, that's an easy one. Leave town, walk back across the fence to the station.
Yep, I'm with you so far.
Uh-huh.
Get on a train and clear off back to London ASAP.
Agreed.
I can't do that, Mr.
Hardacre. Professor Hardacre. Famed archaeologist.
Yes.
Perhaps you've heard of me.
Dr. Hardacre,
No.
I presume.
My journey was a one-way trip. This seems a good town in which to disappear.
On the run, are we?
No, just laying low for a while.
I'd suggest making peace with who you're running from and getting back to your own little world.
You could be right. I can but try. I'm not going back to London empty-handed.
So be it. Enjoy your stay.
I hope this man ends up deceased, to be honest. I don't like him. And if I had an option, I would slap him across the face with a lobster. But the game doesn't give me that option. That was a statement. Like, oh, this is a good place to disappear. As in, no one will ever look for my body here. And it's like, oh, you're on the run from something? No, I'm just laying low. Dude, that's basically the same thing. Laying low and on the run are essentially the same phrase. Like, you're defining it the same way. Come on now. Mr. Danvers is not very bright. Oh, here we are, Harbor Cottage. This is the place. This must be it. Like I just swiped his key, like the normal ass key, like it was a key card.
I guess it'll have to do for now.
Didn't she? She said it was clean, but a little cluttered. Look at this! Oh my God! This is Silent Hill. I wouldn't. I don't know about that.
Home, sweet home, for the time being.
I feel like you're really just gonna like hang your clothes up in this like roach infested nonsense. You could start cleaning up, you know. Nothing. Nothing. Oh yeah, this oh, it's great. No wonder they're not charging us. I hear somebody. Wait a minute. I guess reflection is moving differently. The reflection's moving independently. This guy has definitely been hitting the poppies. Oh yeah. Get out in and get clean. Scrub a dub dub. So I don't know if he's supposed to be or not. I'll have to watch the little one. All right, Taku. Catch you on the flip side. His reflection is the same skin tone as him. It's the same model, clearly. Just got a tan part 3. I don't know. I've been wondering that myself. I can't tell what they're going for because it's like all presented in black and white. So like, I keep hearing some voices. Crabtree Estate, Harbour Cottage, Saxton, Anglia. This delightful harborside cottage will be offered at auction in nearby Rendelsburg on the 7th of November 1988. Offers over £50,000 are expected. Location, perched on the very edge of Saxton Quay, Harbour Cottage offers great views of the working harbour on to the front and the coast path and open sea to the rear. With water surrounding the building on 3 sides, the cottage often feels at sea, bobbing up and down on the ocean. The cottage is ideally placed within the heart of town with access to Saxon Shore, the Bear Restaurant and Bar, as well as the shops near the museum and train station. History. Harbour Cottage is now available following the death of the previous owner, Edward Molina, previously Eduardo de Molina, before settling in England from Spain in the 1950s. Please note that the cottage needs substantial modernization and redecoration to meet British standards of rental accommodation if planning to lease or rent. The walls are in excellent condition given the harborside location. The floor and ceiling, however, not good. I keep hearing someone going, who is that? Local surveyors have often marveled at the resilience of the cottage, stating it's as if the place looks after itself. That's not unnerving. Some walls date back to the 17th century, with the main upper room supported by timbers salvaged from the doomed ships of the Spanish Armada. The building was used as a storage house for boats and goods for over 3 centuries, with basic living accommodation above. Many fishermen from home and abroad will have slept in the upper levels after seeking safe harbor in the town. So this house is older than my country. Which is, I like that joke when people talk about the age of the United States and someone's like, I've got a pub in my town that's older than your country. This is that place. And it's just a building. It's just some random ass building. Harbour Cottage is offered as freehold with rights and responsibility to the arm of Saxon Quay, which fronts the flanks of the building. Private ownership was granted to Edward Molina in the mid-50s when the use of the building was changed from mixed commercial to private dwelling. Molina planned to make the cottage his Saxon home, inviting his wife to join him from southern Spain. Sadly, tragedy followed, leaving the cottage empty for 3 decades. With no family interest or claims to ownership, the cottage has now returned to the Saxton Guild. I just hear it like the sand.
No one has been through there for decades.
Well, I mean, we could be the first. Why not us? I need to find who's talking to me here. Who's whispering?
There's something about this wall. Something not quite right.
What is it?
There's something about this wall.
What's wrong with the wall?
Something not quite right.
She had the apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. Not gonna sing the rest of it. It's a great song. It's a great song. I couldn't do it justice. Well, that's appropriately apocalyptic painting right there. Most people never think about how long country's been around. No, I mean, I would have thought there would have been like 250 is like a nice even number. So I would have thought there would have been more like build up to like a bigger celebration or something. Would have made a bigger deal. Maybe when it reaches 300, because that's nice and round. I don't know that I'll be alive for that one. Theoretically, I could be, but I doubt it. Oh no!
What was that sound?
What was that sound? Who's breaking and entering? No, the plates. This book is throwing plates around. Oh God, it's so tiny. It's so tiny, my poor eyes. I mean, 300 wouldn't even be 90. I I mean, in my family, like living to 90 is quite ambitious. We don't tend to make it. Jumingtons don't tend to make it that far. Well, 15 would be awesome if it hit 3 centuries. I'm fine with what I've reached so far. I don't need to zing any more milestones. But yeah, like the US is pretty young compared to most of the world. And it's very funny. I mean, when people talk about like the age as though like it's very old. And then immediately get like shut down by the people that are like, oh no, it's not. Some new maids may get us to live longer. I mean, maybe if you're rich, like, you gotta be real about it. Like, anytime I see stuff like new medical breakthrough could extend lifespan, like, not for me. I'm not gonna get that. My insurance is gonna cover that. They're not gonna make those life extension procedures available to us. We're all of us here are the people that are stuck on Earth in the Elysium movie, and all the life extension stuff is going to be in that colony out in space. We're not going to get any of that. We're not good enough for that. They'll give it to us if they need us to keep working. I guess it depends. Like if the birth rate stays too low and they need the old people to keep working in the robot factories making robots for some reason, then they'll give you those drugs to make you live forever. But you'll be paying him for them forever. Take the robot parts. Yeah, just put me in a can. Just hook me up to the machine. I don't need all this flesh. I'd like to reduce my flesh. I'll tell you that much. Let's be the rich people's pets. I don't like the thought of that. March 14th. Is that the 14th? 1952. The cottage is ready. I could never have believed this old storehouse could look so charming. The view from the window is truly delightful. Who would have thought such a humble building could offer so much? The carpenters of Saxton have followed my instructions well. Even the door frames have small windmill motifs, which Christina is sure to find charming. I count the minutes until her arrival. March 23rd, 1952. Christina arrived this afternoon. It is wonderful to have her here in Harbor Cottage. At last, Saxton welcomed her, but still she seems unsure of the place. I will have to introduce her to the others as soon as possible. It is important that she warms to the place, as I intend us to stay for many, many years. March 24th, 1952. The locals have taken to her, as I hoped they would. We celebrated Saxton's newest arrival with drinking, dancing, and singing within the warm paneled rooms of the Bear. Christina wishes to continue her work as soon as possible. This is a wonderful sign. If she can sew, stitch, and weave, then I know she will be content to live here in this old town with me. March 28th, 1952. Christina is sick. Something we ate, she said, but I ate the same as she. I have put her to bed and disturbed her sleep only to bring water. My work will take me away from town for several days, but can I leave her? A strange face in a strange town. No, I will have to stay by her side. Her beautiful hair has begun to thin. I have kept this news from her. It can do no good.
The other pages appear to be blank. That's very odd.
That is very odd. Interesting. Nothing. Nothing. Well, we got a can of whatever this is. I'm sure it's just a little rusty. It's probably fine. Wait, po. Joining series in 64. Po. Popopo. Oh, I don't recall Popopo. Kirby. Is that his Japanese name? That can't be, because they call him Kabi. Popopo was originally going to be the protagonist of the Kirby series that would have been called the Twinkle Popo series. Due to issues with making his in-game sprites work, Sakurai then favored a placeholder who would then become into the Kabi they had created over the original design. So Popopo was eventually scrapped along with other original ideas for Dreamland. I don't know, man. Like, this picture they've drawn here just looks like Kirby. Popopo. I've never heard of Popopo. It's also a South Korean children's television series. And and there's like a Reddit thread, but like the image is Kirby. I see. I saw you've been playing the Kirby series piece by piece. I would like to play. I haven't played any. I've only played like one or two Kirby games, and I haven't played any of them for a long time. I like Kirby more than Mario. They're very different types of games. Is that true? Is that true? John Kirby. It's just literally just John Kirby. Time so soon to Kirby out here. Where does that news come from? Miyamoto. I'll take that from Miyamoto. Those kind of stories that sound like I'm highly skeptical of all of those stories now, because I in my day I've heard so many of those that were like, oh, that's interesting, and then you find out later like, no, it's completely made up. It's complete BS. Like, that was never real. But here's another one that sounds exactly as credible. I'm like, So now, anytime I hear something like that, I'm like, I have to check into this. I have to look into this. But no, that does appear to be legit. Bad N64, Kirby Superstars and SNES is good. Everything else is really bad. Really? I like Kirby's Dream Land. I like the NES game. And the Game Boy game. Was Kirby's Dream Land on NES or Game Boy? Get those mixed up, because I want to say, didn't Kirby... I thought the first Kirby game was on Game Boy. Yeah, Kirby's Dream Land was Game Boy. Kirby's Adventure was the NES. So it was like 1993. That was like way late into, and I think the Super Nintendo was out by then. Because when did like the Super, like the 3 Dreamlands, Kirby Adventure wasn't so bad. Yeah, I only played Kirby's Dream Land and Kirby's Adventure. I remember like the Kirby's Adventure sticks out in my mind because it was so late. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, the Super Nintendo was already out by the time Kirby hit the shelves. Well, let's see what's upstairs in this roach-filled filth mansion. Surprised he didn't look up the stairs and go, I don't know where that goes. Is someone playing a piano up here? Or is that just the music? Horse? horseman. Is moonwalking forward, essentially. Journey 3 is the GBA remake, might not be as bad. Yeah, the Kirby series gets confusing to me because there's a lot of them have very similar titles. There's been some remakes, and I can never keep track of like which one is which. Like even that, like it's weird to me to think about a series that started on Game Boy, the OG Game Boy, and then moved to other systems. Because most of the time you found stuff on Game Boy that like came over from something else or just stayed on Game Boy. But like that's where the Saga series started. That's where the Secret of Mana series started. Those started on Game Boy. I'm on a boat. I'm not on a boat. I'm looking at a boat. Could be on a boat.
This is the perfect place to pin the Haddon documents.
Okay. Great. Cool. Wunderbar. Cool. Okay. So they're not in my pockets anymore. Welcome back, Judd. Final Fantasy Adventure. you can call. I mean, that's what they're still called that. Like, I don't think they really changed the name, but this Final Fantasy Adventure is remade into Sword of Mana. Later released in Europe as Mystic Quest, which is funny because that was the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, the Final Fantasy for the Super Nintendo that was made for the US because they thought US players wanted a different, easier kind of RPG. This Final Fantasy Legend is the Saga series, which none of them had anything to do with it, but they're made by Square. But I think it was Legend is where the Chocobos come from originally. But when they released in the US, like Sunsoft released them, which is funny to me. The release schedule for that is crazy. I don't know if Square had like a great US arm at that point. I think that was the issue. But that's the Saga series. Obviously, Mystic Quest is fun. I've heard mixed bag on it. It was just an oddball title because it doesn't line up with a lot of the other Final Fantasy games. Although every Final Fantasy game is a little bit different. They're all kind of their own thing. But I always found it funny that like when like a Japanese game series tries to make something specifically to target the US, it almost always fails. It just seems like they always kind of misunderstand what people do or don't like about things. And I think that was the perception for a lot of it, was that like let's see if I can still wander around town a little bit, that this idea that like RPGs were too difficult for the American audience. And that's why a lot of early RPGs had like big, thick books that went with them that you didn't get in the Japanese release. Like all Phantasy Stars had like, giant books like that. Dragon Warrior had it, but that was only when Nintendo gave away copies with Nintendo Power because there were so many unsold copies of it. Final Fantasy had it. A lot of those games had those back then because they thought otherwise American gamers wouldn't get it. They would be able to figure it out. Jackson Michael. That's an apt description. Change the HP bar into numbers. We made D&D. How can we RPGs? But there's a big difference between the people who were playing Dungeons and Dragons and the people who were big into video games. And Dungeons and Dragons, like, being compared to, like, computer or console. I guess, is this it? I think this is the only place we can go right now. Because I think everywhere else was, like, closed off to us. Where's our map? Let's see here. Back. Nope. I don't even go back that far. All right. There's the bear. We came up here to the bear. I think we couldn't go this way. Did we go that way? Maybe. I don't think it goes anywhere. There's Harbor Cottage. We couldn't. There was boats blocking off this. So yeah, we really can't go anywhere else right now because there was a bunch of crap here. So I guess we just go to bed. All right, I'm gonna go back to the side of the bear here and see if there's a different we didn't go down here. Might as well look at this. Come on. Take a lobster, they're free.
Local delicacy.
Full of dead bodies. Tasty and delicious. Good for what ails you. Resident Evil in the Game Boy. There was one for. They were both for the Game Boy Color. Jeremy's got it. One of them was canceled, but the prototype is out there. There's a version they believe is like 90% complete. That got dumped and released on the internet earlier this year. That I believe you can play all the way through. That is a version of the first Resident Evil for Game Boy Color. There's also Resident Evil Gaiden, which we played on the channel last year. That one was pretty fun. That one was pretty fun. It might have been further back. That might have been 2 years ago. It wasn't last year. I remember when I played it. But that was fun. That's when you're Barry, you're on a cruise ship. And like the shooting was very interesting on that. That game I liked. Very expensive game to get now. Then there was a version of Resident Evil 1 for the DS. Yeah, those are odd games. I still gotta come back eventually. It's still sitting on my desk here, the Alone in the Dark Game Boy Color release. I have to play that sometime. I feel like it's going to be a miserable experience. I think it's really interesting, but I think it will be painful. But I'm still gonna play it. Okay, yeah, this was the beach where we came in. Can I go down this way? I don't think I can. I think it just goes down. Yeah, it just goes to the water. All right. That guy also watching for stuff out there. Be right back. All right, I'd watch it. I know people will watch it. I feel fairly confident that my viewers will at least give a chance to almost anything I put out here. And if it's not interesting, then we'll just talk about other stuff for 4 hours. Which is, hey, there's a phone here now.
Sweet home for the time being.
When did this phone get here? Right? This wasn't here before. Let's make this cat watch call.
That's not right. That's not.
What do you mean?
The phone line is silent.
Oh.
It must be disconnected.
Maybe it'll be here tomorrow. The phone, I don't think the phone existed before. That's very weird. Any new pages? Possible.
The other pages appear to be blank.
They won't be forever.
That's very odd.
The ghost book will fill in over time. Eventually it'll just be like just a bunch of bloody handprints like, you must die now, Nigel Danvers. Hey,
There's a windmill carved into the wood.
someone sure does like windmills. Oh my gosh.
There's someone in there.
I don't think it's someone. I think it's something.
That's not right.
Uh-oh. I can't get it open. There's a key somewhere. Have some water.
That's not right.
Use this thing.
That's not right. That's not right.
Okay, I need to find a key. There's got to be a key for that somewhere. Where can I find a key for this? The Great Northfield Stag, donated to the bear by Frederick Ager.
Frederick Ager.
Frederick Ager. Oh my God. Okay, well, there's a key. Did it have to make such a wet noise for a taxidermy thing? Should not make wet, gooey noises.
In there. That's strange. Something was trying to get out.
It's silent. I mean, they silent hilled us. What's up, Reem? How's it going? All right, let's what? That nose! Oh my God! They definitely didn't make that model in order for the nose to be viewed from below, because that's pretty wild. He smells colors. He can smell the sun. Pretty good. Just showing some Devil May Cry 5. Nice, 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 nice. Someone's at the door. Presumably. Night 1, first impressions. The cottage is a dump. Really depressing. Filthy. Derelict. But beggars can't be choosers, and the place does have, well, it's hard to explain. I think it may be haunted. Yes, it does. And the moon as well. All the stars in the sky, their secrets revealed to his mighty nostrils. Track down the girl from the train. Learn what I can from her wallet. Explore the town after nightfall. It's probably not a good idea. What's up, Flash? Welcome in. How you doing? Got a rat nose. Gonna sniff out the cheese. He'll fit right in with all the filth in this place. Learn more about the legend of the 3 Anglo-Saxon crowns of Anglia. What is the lost crown? Dig out some info on Harper Cottage. There must be a story or two. Who was that old woman on the beach? How did she know my name? Explain to Hayden. Beg if need be. I need to get hair and curl off my back. All right. This is...
Photo album.
Yep. Nothing new there. Somebody is knocking. Hey, wait a minute. This place has been cleaned up.
Has someone been here?
Mr. Danvers, I'm deeply sorry about the state of the cottage. It's so neglected. No one has stayed for a while. It's practically forgotten. My brother bought the place in auction back in the 80s with plans to turn it into something special, but after buying the place, well, he kind of fell out with it. He had a bad accident on the stairs. I've had a bit of a cleanup and lit some candles. There's no electricity to the main rooms. Rats have made meals of the cabling long ago. As for the kitchen, it's useless. I've had a word with Uncle Slaughter. What does that say, Uncle Slaughter? Who owns the Lighthouse Cafe, and he says you can dine there for free. I'm also refunding half the tariff, which you can settle up later in the week. It's a long time since anyone has stayed in this old cottage, so I wish you well. Morgan Mankle, that lady of the bear. P.S. Give the local competition a go. Leaflet attached. Okay. Can I look at it? I'll be with you in a minute. I gotta look at this leaflet. Saxon Snappers. Photographic illustrations are from the collection of last year's winner. And the year before that, and the year before that, and so forth. Young Oliver, often seen around Saxon, snapping away with his trusty camera. Images from top left are the old post box near the Celtic Corner, previously the post office, the old cross at Oldcombe, pine trees near Northfield, and wild garlic by the stream. Sergeant Slaughter was here. G.I. Joe. It turns like he's on a Lazy Susan. He's got, you know, they had those like Heelys, those like shoes with the wheels in the heels. He's got that, but it's just a big ball bearing, so he can just spin around effortlessly. It's from his dancing days. About Saxon Snappers, organized by Reese Brandman of Celtic Corner. To snap a photograph is to capture a moment in time, to distill a single millisecond onto paper, to keep forever. The trained and imaginative mind can sense those moments, and to be ready, camera in hand, to catch lightning in a bottle. Are you, perhaps, one of these photographic alchemists? If so, you should join Saxon Snappers and enter the town's famous competition. Grab your SLR or digital device and snap away to your heart's content. Come May Day, when she is bright and lovely, you should bring your entries to me, Reese Bradwin, at Celtic Corner, or arrange for me to collect them from your home. In the middle of the night, while you slumber, place them on your forehead and I will collect them. The best entries will be displayed at the Bear's Basement Bar, where the winner is announced on May Day night. Great! I just need my camera to get to snapping. Who's knocking at the door? Someone was knocking. Who was it? Who was it? That's inside, isn't it? Gotta get back in there.
I feel somebody watching me from the darkness. I should investigate.
Oh, okay. We'll investigate. We'll investigate the darkness. SLR? SLR is a type of camera. It's a digital camera. Let's see. Single lens reflex camera. Nowadays, you may know them as DSLRs, which is a digital single lens reflex camera. So it's just a camera. It's just a camera, basically. All right, who's watching us in the darkness? It's the archaeology guy.
Who is that? Maybe I should follow.
Maybe you shouldn't, but we will. Also, he's just fading away.
Lose him if I don't pick up the trail.
There he
must find
goes.
out what he's up to.
That's a dead end. Where you going, guy?
Mr. Hardacre, you're a hard man to follow. I nearly lost you.
Not interested. I brought you here for a reason, and one reason only.
He's gonna drown
I
us.
want you to leave Saxton at your first convenience and never come back.
What? Now look here. You can't order people about. I'm no threat to you, like you pointed out. I know nothing about geology or archaeology.
That's not the half of it. There's mystery and danger involved.
Okay.
We know nothing about this town or the land around us.
So, is that a crime?
It
Yes.
takes skill, understanding, and a strong mind to find what's hidden out there in the fens. It's an old land which can be unforgiving to those who blunder in with their eyes closed and their chins wagging.
Around the bloody palace of Virgil. Man, is he busted. Yeah, Virgil's pretty OP, man. A lot of fun, but super overpowered. More convincing voice acting with AAA games. It's pretty decent. There's a limited number of voices, so you tend to hear the same people over and over again. I don't really mind it, but they're pretty good. The performances are pretty entertaining. Danger?
Danger? What danger?
Danger is my middle
I
name.
thought you know nothing yet.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Hardacre?
No, you fool. I'm trying to warn you. Take that cottage, Harbour Cottage, that you'll be staying in. Know much about it, do you?
You know I don't. It's a small place, a bit stuffy, but nice enough.
Listen out, tonight, as you're drifting into sleep. Listen for the sounds.
Sounds? What sounds? Are you saying the cottage is haunted?
Yes.
You'll know.
Yes, it is.
They always do.
We've already experienced some of the haunting with the ghost cat in the box and the plate falling off the shelf and the strange wall that whispers at us. Some of these things, it's like the ghost has to come up and punch the man in the dick for him to be like, I think there might be a ghost here. Like, I don't know what more evidence you need. I really feel like if you're worried a place is haunted, you shouldn't wait for like an apparition to appear. Like, I heard voices sometimes and a cold breeze blew through and the stuff fell off the shelf on its own and I saw a chair levitate. It's haunted. Congratulations. It's time to go. No, I'm going to wait for more conclusive proof. What do you want from them? What do you want the ghost to come up and sign a written testimony that they're haunting you? It's like I used to do theater. I believe, well, this is like the third game from this series, and I think these guys have done the voices for most of them. That may even be Jonathan Boakes, which, by the way, the writer of this game, Jonathan Boakes, who wrote the other Darkfall games, and has did some work for the Barrow Hill people. He was the voice of Jerry from Scratches. If you guys remember Scratches, Jerry was the guy we had to call. I've got to call Jerry. His voice was Jonathan Boakes, the writer of this game, which I thought was very funny.
An old land?
Some parts of our land have seen great things. Others have seen murder, disease, and disaster.
Yep.
If you look close enough, you can see the signs. A landscape can seem empty and desolate when the sun sets low and the wind chills the blood. But the land is never empty.
Yeah.
It echoes with the voices of those that have gone before, pagan warrior kings, great gods, and fearsome beasts. Keep your eyes and ears open, and you'll know soon enough.
All right, like, I agree that our cottage is haunted, but this guy is like, he's very extra. he's very over the top. He's very strong director, plays a character in the project without making it obvious. Yeah, I like looking at the Darkling Room games, the Darkfall series, the Lost Crown series, and then the Barrow Hill, which is made by different developers, but like the lead people behind them have crossover and worked on other stuff or appeared in each other's games because they're both like UK developers. And I think the publisher Barrow Hill published the later Darkfall game. Well, look up the credits on this. Who's doing voices? So Jonathan Boakes did a bunch of these. Nigel Danvers, the main character, is Jonathan Boakes, who is the writer and game designer of this. Special thanks to Matthew Clark. Matthew Clark is behind the Barrow Hill games. This voice actor is Matthew Clark. And Matthew Clark is the writer and designer behind Barrow Hill and Barrow Hill, The Dark Path. Maybe that's why I kept misnaming Darkfall Dark Path, because I was remembering Barrow Hill, The Dark Path. He also did voice work in Lights Out. The two of them have worked together quite a bit. What are the fens? You know what the fens are. You walked through them to get here.
What are the fens?
An ancient world of murky waters and whispering reeds. They surround us on all sides, trapping us here, so to speak. Take a walk tomorrow morning, out across the shore, through the Fenland Eye. The fens will be waiting, like those who dwell there. They are always waiting.
It's just a bunch of reeds, man.
Where is the treasure?
Oh dear, oh dear. You didn't really think it would be that easy, did you? Things that are lost are waiting to be found. But what of those precious items that have been hidden, stashed away, for good reason? Should we go looking for treasures we are not supposed to find?
You are talking nonsense, Mr. Hardacre.
Nonsense, is it? Well, we shall see. Watch your back, Danvers. Not everyone in this town is as accommodating as myself. There are those who won't take too kindly to you digging up what should lay buried. That's enough questions, Danvers. If you insist on staying, think on what
I'm just saying, like one good clock with a brick
just a
knock the guy out and just dump him in the water. This would be over with.
Good night.
Good night, Mr. Hardacre.
We could pack this guy up like that. Like he's nothing. Oh my God, he's just disappearing. Is anybody here real? Are they all ghosts? Which game can we see more talent scouting? Yeah, I think that there's I think there's a problem like that comes up, especially for repeat performances, that like fans get really mad if they recast voice actors.
What's this?
What is this? Oh, that's what that reporter was using. Alex Spitmore. It's a BlackBerry, essentially. Did you guys have like a BlackBerry? I had a phone that had like a similar layout to this, but it wasn't a BlackBerry. But it was before the iPhone. It's pretty neat, but it wasn't Android. It had its own like weird OS that it ran. There wasn't really apps for it, but it was neat having the little keyboard for typing stuff out. Worries. Today from Contact and Address Book. It is becoming difficult to avoid you around town. I'm not sure how long I can keep up the charade. I am sure you will find the culprit, but please be careful. We know nothing about what this person is capable of. Watch your back. Heavy as hell. They were heavy. They were also, a lot of these things are a lot sturdier than phones now. But also almost all of them had user replaceable batteries where you just like snap off the back and get at the battery, which I prefer over what we have now. I'd rather have a phone that was heavier, sturdier, and had an easily replaceable battery, but I think that ship has sailed. Some casts don't make sense, like Persona, both Persona 3 and 4 remakes of OG casts in Japanese. English is a different cast entirely. I'm wondering, I'm curious if either they weren't available, and that's like being generous to the company. They weren't available, they're scheduling conflicts. I'm wondering if it is an age thing, although if it's got the OG Japanese cast, you wouldn't think that would be an issue. Price, like cost-wise, or some contract issue, or just like a union versus non-union thing. Because the union thing is like a real big sticking point. A lot of these companies like are doing everything they can to avoid working with, dealing with anyone in the unions, which is tough because more and more people enter into these unions. I don't know. Are voice actors in SAG-AFTRA? Are they in the Screen Actors Guild? I think they might have their own union. I don't remember if they're part of that or not. But I know that's come up before where they like specifically recast something to get around someone who was in a union. I mean, it's almost certainly like cost has got to be like one of the biggest ones. And if you get someone more established, they probably cost more than some nobody. I would not hire a VA from those unions. Indie studios do hire theater actors, cheaper, better, all around is the way to go. I don't have enough insight into the unions, but generally speaking, like the unions exist for a reason. And like skirting around the unions is just like, that's great if you're trying to cut those costs, but like be real about it. You're just trying to like cheap out. I have like a hard time accepting, like, because not all unions are perfect, for sure, but like they're there for a reason, ideally to protect people that are in the unions. And a lot of times people skirt around those unions because they have contracts that are exploitive that the unions don't want to approve, or they come with a higher cost. So you hire someone cheaper, eventually those people are going to want to join that union because they're going to get ripped off. Trying to value same voices and comes the same character with Goku, Naruto. Yeah, I mean, if that's like their main target audience, I think they also may have a consideration of like looking at sales numbers, like how popular were these series before. Some are good, some are questionable. Yeah, I mean, you got to take it individually. I mean, that's, you do what you got to do when you're making the games, like trim the costs where you can, I guess. But that just creates more problems down the line. One thing that like the unions were fighting back in was like getting it in contract that the company couldn't just take your voice and use it to train AI to just speak for you. So they come in and have you record voice lines and then just like, that's it. That's the end of your career because we have you an AI version of you now. That was a big tipping point. Unions used to help workers, now they just make money. Lazy employees in charge of that. Yeah, that's not universal. That's not universal. Neither is it universal that they're all great and perfect. There are good unions and bad unions. There is a lot. You'll read a lot out there. People will tell you how bad unions are, which is mostly from people that profit from dissolving unions. Well, I take all that stuff with a grain of salt. I pay a bit for my AI voice, small percentage. Jeremy, they wouldn't pay you anything. That's the whole point. That's the point. If they have to pay you, it defeats the purpose because they got to pay the AI. And once they have it, like, they have no reason to ever pay you anything. Japanese VAs play characters way longer than English VAs. I don't know if there's something different there too, where like the voice change. It feels like maybe they can keep their voice like the same for longer. I don't know if there's any truth to that, any weight behind that or not. For one or the other, if their voices change too much because of time, maybe like you don't reliably sound like a teenager anymore. Companies are balking and walking back to AI as bills come due. Yeah, it's because the companies have started trying to like, they're already starting to ramp up the costs. They've shifted how they build that stuff out, and so suddenly like it's not as cheap as it used to be. And it was really only worth it for a lot of companies to adopt it because it was so cheap. And once there's a real cost to it, a lot of places are like, this really isn't that worth it. Mischief is doing AI voice acting right. How do you do AI voice acting right? Explain it to me. It's either like there's a person voice acting or it's AI generated. I don't agree that there is a right way to do that. There are layers to this. What are the layers? What are the layers to the AI voice acting? Because you have a person do voice lines and then edit it. In which case, if you have AI editing it, you're just editing the audio. Emotions, lip sync, consistency. But that's not voice acting. That's animation. I mean, I've argued emotion can come from voice acting, but lip sync is just animation. That has nothing to do with the voice acting. That's done with AI, but you're not describing any layers. Like, to the voice acting, you're doing voice acting right. With lip sync is separate, and it's done with AI. That's great, but you're not describing anything besides it's done with AI. I don't really care if it's done with AI. It's AI. It's here to stay. Learn it for everybody left behind. That's such an idiotic viewpoint. Learn it or be left behind. Learn what? How to talk to a chatbot? What am I learning exactly? And yes, I know image generation, there's ins and outs of that stuff. I would rather be left behind knowing how to actually do stuff and not be dependent on a machine, the costs of which are going to ramp up tremendously when these companies have to actually start turning a profit. If my choice is to learn AI to create anything or just disappear, I'd rather just disappear. It's incredibly depressing to me to see excitement over this stuff. Talking AI tools, ChatGPT is the dumbest mofo. But it's what's the difference? Is there the AI tools are like that's the whole promise of it. You just go in and talk to this stuff, and it makes the thing for you. You give it criteria, just like you would with a search engine. You give it criteria, you give it directions, and it spits stuff out for you. Like, learn actual animation. Learn real, actual animation. Google can't search for shit. Google used to be good. They specifically, purposefully made Google worse so that you would have to spend more time on the page. They had a good product and they specifically, purposely made it worse to put you on the page more. And now they've made it even worse by handing it to AI. You can learn animation with AI. No, you're just learning AI. Just learn animation. You can leave AI out of it. Leave the plagiarism bot out of it and just make your own stuff. Learn how to do things for yourself. AI will help me make animation. Will AI help you make animation, or will AI make the animation? AI will help you make animation the way Subway helps you make a sandwich. Takes no time with AI. We're not compromising my free time I get from AI instead of drawing. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, I can't take that view seriously in terms of like, this is so great A time. Like, all right, slop it up, man. Enjoy the slop, I guess. Yeah. If I could ban AI from the chat, I would. There's too many words with AI in it. Getting paid for my slop. Lots of people are. Doesn't make it good. that doesn't mean anything. People get paid for all kinds of stuff. Is that your criteria? Those unions you complained about are getting paid, but you didn't like them. If that's the line. If people are paying for that, like, man, I feel sorry for them because they could just go make it themselves. But I'm glad you're making money on it. That's good for you. Use the worst. We need more AI generated content. Oh my God. I'm going back to this human created product that I'm playing here. A new face arrived in town. Stranger calls himself Danvers. Overheard Danvers booking Harbor Cottage for Morgan Mankle in the Bear. Danvers entered Harbor Cottage. Has yet to leave. What's he up to? It's been 20 minutes. He booked a room. He's sleeping. Saw Danvers looking out of cottage window. He looked lost, confused, tired. Danvers retired to bed. We'll spy on those by the harbor. Someone must know more. What do they know? What do you want to know? That's why it's under his music section. Or is it supposed to be notes? And that's their cutesy thing. It's notes like music notes, which is very funny to me. Confusing iconography. It's all the same thing. Okay. Can make a phone call. It is a phone. I could make calls from this. Where is this guy that he just leaves his phone sitting out there? Is that cat still here? Passed out in the gutter. Maybe someone bricked him and threw him in the river or the sea.
What can I get you?
I'll catch you later.
Perhaps.
Nothing new there. There's a sound that sounds like a phone ringing. It's just like a cymbal being clanged, but it sounds like a phone. Every time I hear it, it's right after like looking at do you have a phone here? Like, no, she said she doesn't have a phone. Hello, gents. Shake that ladder. Look, there's another cat. Cats aplenty here.
Hello up there.
Oh, good evening to you.
What do you do? What's it look like I'm doing? Could you fix the electricity? That would be interesting if you could.
What are you doing?
Fixing this here bunting to the buildings.
Why? Is there a celebration due?
Oh my
Where
God.
you been hiding? There's May Day round the corner.
Nigel, you know this. You've been told this.
Saxton's a quiet town.
Well, if you say so.
Fix the electricity at Harper Cottage.
Could you fix the electricity at Harbour Cottage?
Gone again, is it? Damn wiring.
Is that a no?
Hey, for now. Sorry, lad.
Damn it.
I'll let you get on.
May Day'll come quicker that way.
There's a recurring theme that I see in these games of like, hey, the power's not working. I wonder if I'll have to find like some more cats.
Now to find a phone box. The phone hadn't. Time to make amends.
Oh, we can get through here now. Possibly. Yes, we can. Hello, cat. There are like scratches. It was like the big thing was like we have to find matches somewhere in here to light a candle before the sun goes down because there's no power, but there's supposed to be power. Let's see here. We're this way. Black hat, it sure is. We're at this. We need to go back, don't we? Because if we're antiques, we go back up one so we can get to the phone box. I guess this would be the gift shop. There we go. Can't even see, but that, according to the map, this would be the gift shop. I guess we can't go into the gift shop. Something to look at here. Just creepiness. Just vibes. Hey, there's a phone book. Hey, wait a minute.
You could be fined for that, you know.
Excuse me?
Pasting posters, fly posters. It's illegal, isn't it?
I have no idea. Is there something you want? Are you lost?
Actually, I have something of yours.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Your wallet. Here, take it.
Delivered in the creepiest way possible.
Oh, thanks. I didn't mean to snap.
I would. If I was just busy working on something and someone came up and be like, that's illegal. Here's your wallet. I'd come out swinging, man. It's the kidney stabber way. Yeah. That's not how you like, that's not how you meet somebody. That's not how you behave in a civilized society.
So, what's the poster for?
Take a look.
Reuben's Fair. Huh. Oh dear. Are the freaks coming to town?
Jesus.
Say that.
I'm Nigel, by the way. Nigel Danvers.
I'm Lucy. Lucy Rubens.
I see. Part of the fair?
Yep, I'm one of the freaks.
Nigel, you
I didn't
asshole.
mean to offend you.
Too late.
Adjust the game. I can't adjust the game volume. See how that sits with you. He's pretty. Is he trying to charm her by being a dick?
I saw you out in the reed beds.
You mean the fens?
Fens. What's the origin?
It's Anglo-Saxon for a swamp, or marsh, or bog. Quagmire, perhaps?
Same to you too.
Oh, a comedian.
me know how that is on the audio. I think I could go a little bit higher, but not by much.
So, are you local?
I was, but I only returned for the holidays.
You must know the surrounding area very well.
Not really. I tend to stay in town. I have my studies.
Ah, what are you studying?
Psychology.
Really? So what do you make of me?
You are desperate, insecure, and seeking phantom treasures.
How did you know that? Ah, pretty obvious, is it?
Uh-huh.
I'm not a huge fan of Nigel.
I'll leave you to, paste your posters.
See you around, sunshine.
I mean, I think he is like, what does he know about the laws in this town? But I want to say, like, generally speaking, like, you know, the more metropolitan areas, then yes, the pasting posters as such is no longer legal. But I don't think that applies to this small seaside town. I think you can depend on the person who lives here to know what they can and cannot do.
What's this?
Oh, there's more people you can talk to. Yeah, well, most of the time, like, there was not another living soul in the previous games. Everything, the only stuff we found was like notes. Occasionally we'd find someone on the other side of a door, but usually it was just ghosts. All right, let's call the cat number first. Your cat's been drinking again.
Please help us. Someone is taking our beloved pets. We are desperate for information. Please leave your name and number so we can get back to you.
The person responsible for the missing Saxton cats is...
Oh, I don't know. Uh-oh. I mean, I saw a cat there. I thought it was like looking for a specific cat. Now I have to tell them that I don't. Who's George? Or was George the guy putting stuff up there? Maybe. I'll just say it was her.
Morgan Mankle.
Thank you, kind soul.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Can you back out? I don't think I could. Let's see if I can call it again and leave a different message. I thought it was like a bad old automated.
Please help us. Someone is taking our beloved pets.
Automated voice system.
For information. Please leave your name and number so we can get back to you.
This is some sort of weird viral marketing thing from the early 2000s. He just stumbled into some like ARG. To call him back, be like, surprise, this is actually an announcement for Halo 2. Like, oh my god, you blew my mind. I thought this was my cats. Yeah, no, we have to pin it on somebody. I'll put it on
Professor Hard.
We'll frame the professor.
Thank you, kind soul.
The serpent's hand is sacrificing pets. Very well could be. Wait, what is this? Press pass. Seek the truth. Find the answer. Okay. Shall I call him? Oh, let's call the our work. Look, I didn't hack the planet. I only hacked the country.
I want to speak to Haddon.
And why would Mr. Haddon want to speak to you?
I have something to say. To make a deal.
My dear Mr. Danvers, what could you possibly offer?
Haddon?
Speaking. Is there something you want to say?
Leave me alone. I didn't see anything. So call off your dogs.
Mr. Hare and Mr. Crow have your welfare in mind, Nigel.
Well, they won't find me. I've left the city.
Yes. How are you finding Saxton so far? That phone box looks a little, old-fashioned.
What? How did you... Are you still spying on me?
Oh, Nigel. That's a little rich, coming from you.
I didn't intend to hack your files.
Mm-hmm.
Like you didn't intend to print off some copy.
What is that stuff, anyway?
The future, dear boy. And the past. We have the technology, as you know.
They have the technology. They can rebuild you. What do you want from me?
What do you want from me, Mr. Haddon?
Nothing and everything. A few little tasks.
Involving the paranormal. I'm not a lab rat, Haddon.
That's exactly what you are, Nigel. A rat in a trap. Help us with our research. You won't go unrewarded.
I mean, if assuming that the previous games, like, it's all canon and existing within the same universe, Nigel was already eaten by some supernatural darkness and then apparently spit back out through some time shenanigans. Whether or not he remembers it, he probably doesn't remember it.
Where are Hare and Crow?
They've lost your scent, Nigel. You need not worry.
Tell me about the research.
Ah, I knew you'd show an interest. You can help us, Nigel.
I'm not a scientist, Haddon, nor a ghost hunter.
Paranormal research can require very little, Nigel.
I have nothing except the clothes that I stand in.
Scrying.
I beg your pardon?
Scrying is an ancient art. You only need water and a mirror.
What do I do? Is it dangerous?
It can be. Pour the water down the mirror and watch. And wait. You may be surprised by the results. We often are.
We? You practice this scrying in the lab?
Yes, with amazing results. Just believe. And look deeply. The ghost hunters of old showed great ingenuity.
So, but Nigel's saying he's not a ghost hunter. Is this not the same Nigel Danvers? That was Nigel Danvers in the first game. Is he somehow different now? They just reused the name, but they've made him a different person? Or is he just claiming he no longer is a ghost hunter? This was ghosts and don't know what that is. But that was the thing, like, well, I don't know what, aside from hacking in as a worker at Haddon Industries, I don't really know what he does. Where's the manual? The manual had some info on his backstory, but like, it's not really lining up here. Inexperienced ghost hunter must utilize 21st century gadgets, traditional techniques, and nerves of steel. This is Nigel Danvers. What was I think that Darkfall, the journal, I think that manual mentioned him. Oh no, it didn't. Nigel. No, it was Nigel. It was Nigel in the first game. So is it just not the same Nigel? Brother Football Billings, you're playing as a brother. No. That was I forget what his name was. No, Nigel, it was Nigel and Penny? Was it Penny? Because she appeared in the last game. So Nigel was one of the two ghost hunting students in the first one. Oh, let me... Yeah, Nigel Danvers and Polly White. So Nigel Danvers Is the guy according to this is the same Nigel Danvers, but this is like an article written. Nigel was employed by Mysterious Head Industries, acting in the computers. Yeah. So Polly White was doing ghost hunting in Lights Out, Darkfall Lights Out. And maybe he's just not currently a ghost hunter, or I don't know. That's just weird dialogue for me to be like, I'm not a ghost hunter. But even if he was before, like, I don't think he would have used that stuff, because they were looking for like EVP and watching security cameras. They weren't doing any like pouring water on mirrors.
How do you know where I am?
I know everything about you, Nigel.
How comforting. What happens next?
I don't think I think they're just reusing the character without taking continuity too seriously.
How did you know
where you'd stay? Like I said.
You know everything. What's the gift?
You will see. Not all is as it seems. Keep that in mind.
Wasn't someone using old ways? No.
Am I in any danger?
Would you like me to lie?
Huh.
No, but I've always suspected that
life should be more interesting, more exciting.
I hate my job. I'd do anything to get away.
This could be your big break, Nigel. I see you as, how can I put this? A little bit of an investment.
So, I'm forgiven for snooping.
Curiosity and ingenuity should be rewarded.
Good night, Mr. Haddon.
Good night, Mr. Danvers. Good hunting.
To know how part. Well, but I also think that that a large part of it is that if you're a modern ghost hunter, you are looking for modern, acceptable scientific proof of ghosts. And so scrying on a mirror or using like a Ouija board are not going to produce like scientifically acceptable proof for that. So it stands to reason that they wouldn't use that, and they probably wouldn't even know much about it, because everything they would be studying is like EVP and like, you know, camera stuff, temperature monitoring, you know, like the stuff that, for the most part, the stuff you see in like Phasmophobia is like you're taking, you know, electrical readings and temperature readings and trying to catch evidence on camera and stuff. And no scientific institution is going to look at like scrying and be like, oh yeah, that's it. People are not going to believe them in real life. But this, you can't even say that, because they're not really producing much. Like, if you produce EVP, it's like, I have this audio cassette of a voice and no one was there. Okay, like, can you prove that no one was there? Yeah, I have this one camera angle and there's 3 of us standing out of frame, but trust us, bro, there was no one else. Like, it's just not real proof. And that's with all of that stuff, that there isn't really like convincing proof of any of it, because, you know, there'll be like a shadowy figure or something. It's like a lot like the UFO stuff. There's so much fake evidence out there and stuff that can be fake that, you know, I shudder to think what I can't even imagine what would constitute actual proof of that. Especially like in this day and age, like, can you believe anything you see with your eyes anymore? Hayden sees me in an investment, part of a larger experiment. So be it. He wants me to experiment using the paranormal techniques of ages past. Also, that fussy Professor Hardacre suggested the cottage is haunted. A good place to start my experiments. Scrying. Pour water down a mirror and gaze deeply into the diffused reflections. Well, we know where there's a mirror and we have a bottle of water. Conduct a simple seance. See if there's anyone or anything trying to come through. Explore the cottage with an open mind. Does this place have any cold spots? Atmospherics? Who was that old woman on the beach? How did she know my name? Was I expected here? Will we find the answer to that? Is there anyone else we need to call? Something real happens, no one will believe them. If something real ever happens, we can test that. But the majority of that stuff is like, I mean, what most people are going to encounter is like
Spitmore is busy right now. Please leave a message.
produced for reality TV. The problem is most of the stuff that would be described as this thing happened doesn't really have much behind it. I talk to her again.
You could be fined for that, you know. I'll leave you to paste your posters.
Save. I haven't saved. I doubt it has autosave. What's that typewriter sound? Can't go that way. Oh, what's in here? What's in your wallet? Was it a ghost typing? Was that what was going on? Because I could hear someone typing. It's just a ghost typing. That's fancy. Yeah, it's nice seeing like the evolution of the interface in the games as time goes on to get a little bit fancier with it. More high end. This music.
The building is closed.
Makes sense. Are we gonna find out who's actually responsible for the cats going missing? The Ark, huh?
I had better not disturb anybody.
Okay. This is a dark and stormy night. Oh wait, I gotta go back and look at the window. I can look at something. Let me look. The man stared into my window and peered into the empty room, wondering why the typewriter made noise. Okay. What am I looking at here? It's a window. Very nice. Brum, brum, brum.
The building is closed.
Someone just put their light on over there. Oh wait, no, not that way. What's this?
Symbolic images or ancient graffiti.
There's a crown and some kind of demon. I think old Greg's eating the cats. Not old Greg. All right, let's head back to the house. I have no idea who the old lady is. Should I try and go back to the beach? Let's go back to the beach at night. We'll see if that old lady's hanging out there. We'll see if that dead body rolled in the shore yet.
Walking the shore in the dark tonight.
Oh, fine. You're no fun, Nigel. Sensible. (2008), Jerry. This was released in 2008. Hello? Okay. Well, something's trying to communicate.
Nothing ventured.
Yeah, go on in the dark of the bathroom. What's this? Wait a minute, I thought the electrical wasn't working in here. Did that guy fix it already? Is it just parts that don't work? That was real good. That was real good. All right, let's put some water on this mirror.
Is there anybody there? Can you see me?
Hello?
What's your name?
Michael?
Can I help you in some way? Is there something you want to tell me?
Just gonna,
Am I in danger?
Just gonna stare at me.
Can you hear me?
Try sign language. It's a visual medium. Oh, okay.
Nothing. The event seems to have passed.
Nothing. What do you mean nothing? A person's face appeared in the mirror. Like, why, I must have been the wind. This is Michael Jackson spending all the time staring at the man in the mirror. He's asking him to change his ways. This is all the same stuff we already had before. Yep. Okay. Anything new in the book? What was the game where rats were chewing on wires? we had to deal with that. We ended up like closing the circuit to get something open by having a rat like chew on the wire. Was that Asylum? Where one of the puzzles was getting a rat to short out the wiring? I think it was.
The other pages appear to be blank.
Okay.
That's very odd.
There was an interesting update note from the developers of Asylum. They released an update that drastically shrank the size of the game. And they were talking about it. I meant to post in the Discord because I thought it had some really interesting insight into what, like, the optimization steps in current games, specifically in Unreal Engine. And they're talking about how they saved all the space in the game because an update to the version of Unreal Engine that they used hit that allowed them to use better compression on images and video. It let them use, better codecs that allowed them to compress things even more without a loss of image quality. I had a feeling there was going to be something here. That was very clearly a doorway there.
There's something about this wall. Ugh. The air smells rank, like rotten flesh. There's something about this wall. Ugh. The air smells rank, like rotten flesh.
Is there a dead body behind this? You can clearly see the outline of a door or a painting. I don't think so, because it goes down, at least to me. I mean, I know that's like just a slat, so maybe it is just like a painting or something that should be there. I'm just imagining like a door through there. Like,
that's not right.
Bust into this place.
That's not right.
Okay, well, that is an unusual place there. Games to do that. Yeah, it does look like it. Well, it might just be deceptive because the paneling has the lines in it too, and they coincidentally line up where the size of a door would be, but maybe not. The problem that I've learned with the optimization, besides like not doing it in the first place because of timeline and budget constraints, is that sometimes the games are made by outside developers and then the publisher doesn't set aside any money for any updates. So they just like nothing ever gets done about it. Once it's out, they're like, it's just not a big concern. But sometimes, like if you're working in a version of Unreal, like when you start the game, you may be a version or two behind by the time the game ships, and it may just not be possible. Like they talked about that in that update, how, you know, their version of Unreal like has been superseded by new versions of Unreal Engine that natively had support for all of these formats, and it's taken it like forever for that stuff to get back ported to the older versions. And so sometimes they just don't even have that option. No, that just depends on like potential sales and how much it affects sales. I know, like Alone in the Dark, the last Alone in the Dark game that came out had issues like that. I always like, I've been meaning to pick up the PS5 version of that game to give it a try and see if it's different on there, because that was one of the selling points of the PS5. I don't really see it get talked about, was that the way that its architecture was set up, it can load things, certain things faster than you could on standard PC architecture. And so you could have like a really large map that loads in sections seamlessly because it can load the map so quickly that you don't have to have like the weird loading cutoff. Like think about like in like the Star Wars like Jedi Survivor game, when you're going between two chunks of a map, you have to climb through this narrow hallway, which is a more and more common thing that I see in newer games, where you have to go slowly through this like sideways crawl through like a narrow hallway to get between areas of a map. And the specific reason they do that is the time that you're slowly going through that is time that they can spend unloading the previous section of the map and loading the next section of the map. And so they do that so they can control how long it takes you to go to the next area. It's basically just a newer version of the loading screen. Well, on the PS5, the way it was set up and the way it was sold when they were launching the PS5 is that you wouldn't have to do stuff like that. So in Alone in the Dark, there's a lot of times where you go open up a new area just by walking through a door as quickly as you can walk through a door. And on the PC, when I played it, like it would stutter a little bit during that. And it would also stutter during some cutscenes because it was doing that same loading. And I've been very curious if the PS5 had that same issue, or if they resolved that, or if it, because it seemed like maybe it was made with that in mind.
I'll rest after I've finished investigating.
And that it wasn't really like, it wouldn't really work as well on PC. Because then the developers came out and said like, well, if you're having that issue on PC, like you might try a faster hard drive. I'm like, I've got like an NVMe SSD, like it's as fast as I can get. Like if that's not fast enough, I don't know what you want. I don't know what could be faster. But it wasn't even, they said it was faster. They had a statement that was like, well, it sounds like you're on a slow spinning disk hard drive and you should try it in SSD. And I'm like, no, that's not it. But yeah, who knows? But then again, like they're not gonna update that because most of that staff got laid off because the sales weren't good enough. I think that was another Embracer Group deal. Okay. What more do you want from me here? So yeah, like that's the sort of stuff. They probably have like some skeleton crew staff on hand in case there's something super game breaking, but that's pretty much it for them. Which unfortunately is the norm now in the video game industry is frequent large scale layoffs. And a lot of it comes from companies like Microsoft that gobbled up a lot of other companies, a lot of other developers to bolster their own game library, produce next to nothing from them. And now they're all just like one by one being chopped up and spat out. Which is something that unions would offer some protection from. Dark never had a super big following. Resident Evil, no. I mean, they keep trying to bring it back. Like I love Alone in the Dark, and that new game, like I thought was good enough to stand on its own merits. I thought it was an interesting game. It was fun. I thought the combat was decent, and they had like big name actors on it. Though now that may work against it because the time has changed on it. Welcome back, John. We were talking about, I can close this. Left it open. Yeah, I don't need to save that. We were talking about the last Alone in the Dark game that came out, and how the loading screen worked on it. Just curious if
the other pages appear to be
it works better on the PS5 version because of the way the PS5 architecture is, but then the staff pretty much got laid off. They just kind of shut that studio down afterwards. All right, well, I'm in here. Looked at that. So I have any?
That's not right.
What's this? Oh yeah, it was those.
That's not right.
Her note, a photographer. I don't have a camera, do I? I have a kid. There's a kid somewhere. Scrying. Please have any cold spots. Who's that old woman? I don't know how to conduct a simple seance.
Nothing ventured.
Who do they have? They had Dave Harbour and who's the actress in that? Like those were meant to be like a big selling point. I just looked over and saw I was talking about Jonathan Boakes and how he worked with Matthew Clark on a lot of projects. And I just scrolled down before I closed the tab, and there's a note that Jonathan Boakes and Matthew Clark are married. So that explains their frequent collaboration. I can't believe I haven't seen that before. That's very funny to me. Let's see, where is the latest one, 2024? Dave Harbour and Jodie Comer. Like David Harbour now, I don't know like what's exactly what happened with him, but it sounded like there was something happening over like behind the scenes on Stranger Things. It just seemed like he kind of fell out of favor. But they did like the motion cap and voice work for the game. The soundtrack was really good. So this is made by the studio developer Pieces of Interactive. The game released in March 2024. The game received mixed reviews from critics, failed to meet the sales expectation of THQ Nordic's parent company, Embracer Group. Embracer Group sucks, which led to the closure of Pieces Interactive in June 2024. So yeah, like a few months after launch, they just, boop, you're out. Looking at the endings. Get all the endings? I got all the endings. Yeah, but I liked it. Everyone's got to have my partner too. Well, I think they're like, I think they're running their own game studio. They're making this stuff with. It's the same like weird whispery audio they used in the first Darkfall game.
Nothing.
Okay.
It seems to have passed for now.
Well, something's here. Is that hair? Was that here before? I don't think it was. This was filthy before, but that looks like hair. We're gonna get killed by like the hair like choking us out like in The Grudge or something. Oh, don't use that. Oh, don't use any of that. Oh, that's bad. Some old moldy toothpaste. Delicious. Yum, yum, yum. Nice and minty. Why are you looking this way? You want something this way?
There's something about this wall. Ugh. The air smells rank. Like rotten flesh.
Yeah? Can you make a note of that?
That's not right.
Can we unlock it?
That's not right.
Okay. Is there some more specific to click on here for something? I think it'll all just say the same thing. There's something about you.
Air smells rank.
It's hard to explain.
Flesh.
I think I'm just going in circles here. It said conduct a seance. I don't know where I conduct a seance at, or even mechanically how that would operate. Here, yeah, there's some noise that could just be background noise, but there's definitely something in there going like. Hello? Jingle jangle.
Anybody there? Said the traveller, knocking on the moonlit door, and his horse in the silence champed the grasses of the forest's ferny floor, and a bird flew up out of the turret above the traveller's head. And he smote upon the door again a second time. Is there anybody there? He said.
Okay. On that port. Well, the phone doesn't work. I mean, it makes a lot of noise, but it doesn't really work. Travel back out into the night. I already talked to the lady at the bar. Like, I think I been all around everywhere. I couldn't go down to the beach. I don't know who's taking all the cat. I mean, so far the cats are just kind of like hanging out there. These randomly like lights turn on in the buildings too, which is
oh, good evening to you.
Slightly concerning. I did try to call the reporter from the payphone, but it just said he wasn't available.
Quicker that way.
I think I saw something outside. What's this? The Bear, Saxton's one and only public house. The Bear has stood on the site for over 300 years. The building itself was once a dockside warehouse and provided bed and board for fishermen forced into Saxton's safe harbor by the stormy North Sea. Come on in and sample our hospitality or try one of Saxton's famous lobsters. A peaceful, pleasant evening awaits. Evening menu. Saxton grilled sardines with a roast pepper and olive salad. Warm smoked mackerel. Onion mahi and mango chutney. Room tariffs. Baby's lookout. One night. Get some chestnut risotto. Harbor Cottage closed indefinitely. Oh my. Let's talk to you, ghost. Yeah, I mean, I talked to a ghost on the phone. So I don't know what else it, you know. Like, I assume the, you know, the scrying, I did that. I talked on the phone, but I don't know if that's really a seance. I would absolutely say that Stinky Wall is the weirdness. I don't know who this old woman is, but that was on the first day and we still didn't get anywhere with that. We just didn't see her again. What?
Strange. I thought I heard voices.
I'm glad the game commented on it and wasn't just like, no, you're crazy. That like, we absolutely did hear people in here.
That's unusual. The clock is stuck at 9 o'clock.
Yep, we already got all that. More lobsters, yes. Yes. Nobody back there. Okay. That would be the perfect spot to just have someone standing behind you when you walk away who's provably not there. Were they all talking in the bathroom? Was that what's going on? Excuse me, I'm looking for an old woman from the beach. No? Okay. Anything new? I don't think she's got anything new to say.
What can I get you?
I'll catch you later.
Nope. Perhaps. You never know. Cat? Meow. All right, well, let's just... There's a blinking light in there, which could just be busted electricity, but it could be a ghost communicating. I like how he unlocks the door by swiping the key. It's not that kind of lock, but somehow it works.
I'll rest after I've finished investigating.
What are we investigating? What am I doing?
An empty photo album.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Frederick Ager.
I don't know what the point of that name is. I don't know if it was like a crowdfunding thing or something. Where do I seance here? Oh, here we go. What I'm just shouting at a coffee cup on the table.
Is there anybody there?
Wow, first try, man. This is like a dude that, like, the first time fishing just throws a hook with no worms out in the water and catches a great white shark.
Am I alone in this place?
Show me you are here. What was that? They just moved the cup.
Show me you are here.
Please use the class words on paper. Letters on the table? There are not.
Are you trapped in this place?
It's just a cup on a table.
Can I help you in some way?
Uh-oh. We're gonna get hit in the face by a coffee cup.
What's your name?
How's it going to...
Is there something you want to tell me?
How's it gonna tell you its name with a coffee cup? Your name is left.
The event seems to have passed for now.
Okay. How do you know what the ghost is saying? We don't. We don't. If we look at a Ouija board, even though I've argued that there ain't nothing to the Ouija board. You can see that on a Ouija board, like the left says yes and right says no, which is as close as I can attribute to this. You can get a Ouija board cutting board. Oh no, it's a glass cheese plate. $88. No, thank you. I thought that was like a cutting board for a second. I was like, oh, that's a neat present. Wait a minute, here it is. What's a terrible looking one? Wish I could talk to a ghost. Okay, I was gonna get a picture. I can't find a one that I really want to grab here. Man, who's... I don't even know. I just looked back at the page on the Alone in the Dark game. Does this one actually go through? Look at it. I never looked at like who all was behind it. The game was written by Mikhail Hedberg, who had previously worked at fictional games on Soma and Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Artist Guy Davis, best known as work for Guillermo del Toro, comic BPRD, and his own comic series The Marquee. The crew to design the monsters featured in the game. Series creator Frederick Renau gave his blessing to the reimagining, saying Pieces Interactive did a great job preserving the core feeling from the original game. That was how I felt. I did like the creature designs on that. I thought they were neat. I mean, it was cool, written by the same person who worked on Soma and Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Just a homemade one. I have a friend, my D&D buddy, and he oftentimes has like a charcuterie out there when we're playing D&D, and I thought it would be fun for when we get together near to Halloween. That would be neat, but not like $88 neat. No, it didn't even look that great for $88. For like $30 maybe, but like long glass with paper letters. Yeah, I know. Like this, I was expecting something, some kind of setup or something. You know, that's why I said like I don't even know what I'm looking for, because there's no like mechanical explanation of like a seance besides just standing in a room and shouting, "Is anyone there?" and seeing a cup wiggle around. And then having, after the cup moves by itself, having him say, "Show me you're here." Well, they just did by moving the cup. No, it wasn't $88 for like the Ouija board, like the Parker Brothers toy Ouija board. This was like a glass cheese plate for like serving cheese and snacks on. That was designed like a Ouija board. Had a Ouija board design. Uh-oh. There's a bloody sickle there. The communists are afoot. It's like, no, I didn't want to even dignify it by putting the picture up. Yeah, it's definitely not worth $88. They're coming to cut that nose down to size. That nose terrifies me.
Another bright day in Saxton. Well, another day in Saxton, at least.
Day 2, a new face in an old town. I survived the night, but what of those dreams? What is that place? A room of nightmares? A nightmare room? Is it a real place or somewhere imagined? It's time to delve deeper into Saxton and its secrets. Track that old woman down from the beach. She knows more than she's saying. Await Hedden's gift. Study it, then try it out. And get to know the locals, especially that snotty Rubens girl. Try to gain access to some local knowledge. Library, museum, folklore. I love how Nigel characterized the Reuben girl as snotty when she was responding like any normal human being would to someone as rude and obnoxious as he was. Well, that stuck-up Rubens girl who didn't like any of my dumbass jokes and thought I was being an asshole when I was being an asshole. Find a definite local link to the past Anglo-Saxon crown. Originally, there were 3. Who owned Harbor Cottage before the Mankles? Why would they haunt the place? We know who owned the cottage before the Mankles. We already found that letter. Communist military is getting like $3 billion or something to find communists in America. What? I don't. That can't be the whole story there. Johnson says Pentagon needs more money for fighting communism on our own shores. Push for Congress to approve $350 billion new spending requested by the Pentagon. House Speaker Mike Johnson suggested Tuesday that some of the funds were needed for fighting communism on our own shores. Ominous notion in light of President Donald Trump's threats to deploy U.S. military against his domestic enemies. Which his domestic enemies would be like you and me. American citizens. Great. 300. Well, that's 300. That's 300 building spending, but that's not. That is a very different story than the military getting money to hunt for commies. That's Speaker Johnson, not the military, saying we need this. The military needs this money for this. Did we go back in time? Are we really? Are we really back to the Red Scare here? Are we going to bring back the what was it, the McCarthy Commission? They got to start hauling actors in there. Have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? Like, who are they appealing to? Are there younger generations who are that ignorant of history that are like, oh yeah, communism, we really got to worry about it in this country. They're invading. They're taking it hold. Stuff like that, if I see that, and then if I see sentiment that's like, I agree with this, and it's someone who's not like 70 years old, like, man, this country has failed, has utterly failed in its education if people like fall for that. Like, it's for communism. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Sure, work then, work now. It's crazy talk. How do I? If I need to, there we go. It's like, how do I exit the game? It's about that time. All they see is one. I mean, that's. I'm gonna wrap it up with more AI nonsense. That's a lot of push for AI. Is like the companies at the top of the chain on this stuff, like, really would love the idea of building databases using AI to collate like all records of you, so that they can have AI tell them. You guys remember like. You guys remember the what was it? Captain America: The Winter Soldier. And the whole plot of that was like S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to deploy these helicarriers that use their massive database to track down people who might become a threat. And that's how it teased like Doctor Strange and some characters from like the Incredible Hulk comics. They basically like these automated systems were just going to go like shoot people that their database flagged as like a potential threat to Hydra. It's kind of like that, only minus the helicarrier. At least that's what's being discussed. I don't know if that's I can't say that's absolutely what they're doing, but it wouldn't surprise me. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll keep supporting and using and normalizing this stuff and producing slop content with it. That we can all get used to seeing the same art style from now until the end of time, with a system that cannot create anything new, regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. And enough people will be happy with that, and they'll be fine, and it will just prove that anyone who has tried to create something has just been wasting their time casting pearls before swine. So great future. Anyway, this game's been fun. I look forward to continuing it next week and next Wednesday. Wait, what is next Wednesday? I got a Wednesday coming up. I'm gonna double check on plans. Not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after that. I probably won't be around, but it may be a different time that week. At least to the level burst. Yeah, we'll see. Who knows what the future holds? Well, that's all for the Lost Crown for today. Let's go do something that's more exciting and enjoyable than debating artificial intelligence and the growing surveillance state and so forth. I'll be back on Friday. We're gonna do some blending. It's been a little while for me since I cracked open Blender. I really got to get back on that. My free time has been rather sparse lately. I end up with these like sub 1 hour gaps of time where like I'm free to do something. That's not enough time to work on something. That's usually when I get my thumbnails, when I get that little sliver of time. Blender, yes. I don't know what I'm going to do in Blender. I have a lot of stuff on my mind to work on. We may do some work on the shelf because I got some games to add to that, but I don't know how exciting that is. Otherwise, I will work on another console, possibly look at some outfit stuff. That's kind of convoluted. Most of that work's not done on Blender, but we'll check it out. We'll have some fun. This will just be me fiddling with Blender for a couple hours and chatting. and then if my brain gets tired of that, we'll look at some games. We'll look at some other stuff. But all I'm promising is Blender. So that's all you should expect. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, as always. Hope you've been enjoying this game. I try not to get on the AI rants about stuff. And just get very... I feel like that's why Perhenmo brings it up more often than I. He's just trolling me on that. Even though most of the views he expresses are real. You find a link here. And Adelna's checking out Dokimon, which is like a Pokemon-like I've been curious about, so I would like to check that out. If you want to follow that link and check it out as well. There's other good stuff out there, too. Let's move that cat food. Get that cat food. All right, well, as usual, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching and enjoying the game, and thanks for chatting as usual. Now my brain is like derailed. Oh, I hate it so much. Hey, thanks as always for watching and hanging out with me, and hope you enjoyed. I hope you'll stop back again for the next one. Until that time, so long, everybody. Bye-bye.